Testing, making sure everything's looking good. Can everyone on stream hear us? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello, I speak on command.
You took that to heart.
Feminism back, aren't we?
Joining, of course, also joining me is the vagabond Kaiser Shonen.
I mean, I do get around in some way.
He's running out of adjectives.
No, I'm not. I'm pretty sure this generator goes real fucking deep at this point.
Is vagabond an adjective?
It's just a random adjective generator. It's very handy.
I will give you a lesson on English after the stream, Pete.
But yes, and of course, as you can see, joining us as guest hosts once again is PeriodicPete.
Hello.
And joining us as a fresh new guest host for the very first time is MangaKamen.
Please insert girder.
That's a deep fucking cut.
I apologize ahead of time because my entire family is coming down with something, and I think I am too, so I'm a little lightheaded. I am hopefully going to be cognizant enough during the most of the stream, but, you know, I know I have some wonderful guest hosts and wonderful regular hosts that'll carry my weight should I, die. So,
Yes.
Oh, trusting me is a bad idea.
Don't worry, I will whip you all into shape as long as you don't talk over each other.
That's usually when you have to whip them into shape, Twi.
Yeah, well...
Have you not seen bad fanfiction night? You're usually there.
Yeah, I know. That's the threat. I will whip you if you talk over each other. That is the rules.
You're gonna give Takara an actual whip at some point?
You know what? I might. And kind of relevant because I have Reflacium on my head right now, who is a Jogress of Rosemon and Lotusmon.
Oh.
I chose her because we're talking about Mary Sue's, and I figured a rare Digimon that only lasts for a little while but is incredibly powerful would be a perfect thematic Digimon to have on my head.
Phantom of the Night says, let's go. MangaKamen in the house. Love your hell of a boss videos.
Oh, thank you very much. I just posted one just a couple days ago, actually.
We are
I
all
actually
very excited to
fucking played one in the background while I was just playing through Octopath Traveler 2.
I'm sorry, my voice must have wrecked you.
No, it wasn't all that bad. I was all like, okay, I never watched Hell of a Boss, so I was all like, okay, I just want to hear somebody rant for a few minutes while I just grind to get this rare item or whatever the fuck.
Okay,
and yeah,
now you're telling me that I should probably start putting in my videos. Hey, put down the game controller while you're grinding. Seriously, I've been doing that with draw tablet stuff in a few videos, and people are going like, don't call me out.
Actually, I'm tempted now to put in the middle of one of my videos just, hi, who put out the lights? Hi, who put out the lights? Just see if I start scaring the shit out of people.
Man, I haven't even watched one of your videos in a while, and I still feel called out because I do that. I do listen to videos while I draw.
No, it's fine. It's not like it's just a small gag to get people to actually, when I need them to pay attention to a scene on the screen. Because I respect that people have things they need to do, and I appreciate them watching my videos, and it's just fun. I'm not being like, hey, what are you doing?
I
draw tablet now.
I should have done that for Keith. I don't know if you know the Ruby fan artist Keith.
Oh.
He goes around. He watched Fixing Ruby Volume 1 after being kind of commissioned to do it by one of his patrons. And like I watched the video of him doing it, and he wasn't paying attention half the time. He was just drawing, which, that's his, prerogative to do. But like, there are times where he's like, wait, what's happening now? What's this? What's this? What's this? Like, dude, I said it. And also there's visuals on screen. You're just not looking. And like, I know he's a big Weiss fanboy. So there was some really great art of Weiss in Fixing Ruby Volume 1 Redux. And he didn't see half of it. And I was like, no, I thought you'd love this. Your whole thing is slobbering over Weiss. Like, come on, man. I package you some premium Weiss content, and you're just not appreciating it. Very sadly.
Look, I feel that way as well. It's kind of part of the reason why I stopped doing like really customizable art in my videos, because a few years ago I started doing like small pictures of characters that I talked about in my videos, and it's like a lot of people aren't even going to pay attention to this, so why even bother, you know?
You know what? That's why I started using Window Top. It's a nice little program that allows you to make anything that you need to both transparent so that you can see what is underneath it, but also you can click through it, so it's basically untouchable.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, so I can watch YouTube and look at my drawing at the same time. Haha.
Sky Slasher just said, "This isn't my house." Yeah, this is my airship.
Well, yeah, because
why did you walk into my airship?
No one told me we'd be in the sky. You lied to me.
What? I'm sorry. When did you not notice stepping onto the airship? Did you not look out a window once when you got on here?
No,
Listen,
it's
without
because
these red shades on my eyes, I am blind as a bat.
No, they're fucking opaque.
Over here with the common glasses.
Of course he didn't know where he was going. You can't look through the blindfold that I put on our guests.
Oh, right,
There was a
right.
blindfold.
Well, I guess you wouldn't know any difference because of the glasses. I guess the blindfold was kind of unnecessary.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. We can loosen the shackles in like an hour or two. It'll make you more comfortable, I'm sure. But yes, all right. So on topic today, we are covering a video by, I think it's safe to say, kind of a friend of the channel, Anthony Gramuglia.
Gramuglia.
Well, no, it's not Gramuglia. Yeah, the G is the second G is silent. It's like Gramuglia. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna keep using a different pronunciation each time, and I'm just gonna roll with it. But he's an interesting creator that we actually covered a little while ago when he was calling out. Well, honestly, we're still not sure to this day what exactly he was calling out. Apparently, it was a video written in a fevered pitch haze of like 4 days. It was made in that like time span, and it was honestly incredibly poorly put together. But he was willing enough to actually come on and talk about it on the stream. And while ultimately I don't think I actually agree with many of his takes in the long run, he's still a decently nice guy, and he's willing to have the conversations with us. And we're always open to talking more about any topic that he covers. But like, apparently he has a new video out that's talking about the topic of Mary Sue's, which that's a whole can of worms, and that's why it's like almost an hour long, which I have no idea how we're going to handle that, considering we took 2 streams to get through his 40-minute video that was otherwise incomprehensible.
Maybe it'll be better because this one is probably a lot more put together. He's probably not crunching himself anymore, because even he admitted that video was awful and he regrets it, but strive to do better and all that.
I had actually watched a little bit of it a few days ago. But I never finished it. I got maybe like halfway. Yeah, it's significantly it's a big improvement over that other video. There's still some stuff about like Star Wars opinions that I don't entirely agree with, but I mean, I feel like that's kind of.
We're not going to go down a Star Wars rabbit hole, boys.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Listen, Twilight. Just because you got back broken because of the Lily Bad fanfiction night.
It's way too much. It's way too much. Okay, don't give me PTSD.
May I be honest?
You're like Harrison Ford.
May I be honest about Mr. Guadamaniana here?
Sure.
Okay.
listen, I've tried giving his videos a few chances here and there. Honestly, I don't hate the guy, but as a critic myself, he does a lot of things that I disagree fundamentally as a critic.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
I did watch a little bit of this video because, personally speaking, and this is just me, I like to go into streams or stuff like that somewhat informed about the topic that they're talking about, so that I have an idea to mull on their points and that I'm not just cutting them off. And
Sure.
I agree, there is an improvement here, but at the same time, there are still some trappings from the video that you guys have covered that
Mhm.
I would say, in my own opinion, still remain.
Oh, I would have no doubt about that. I was actually going to mention that in the last video that we covered, he did mention Mary Sue's, and we did vehemently disagree with him on that.
Well, yeah.
as-
Go on.
Especially me, because I have a very extensive background in fanfiction where Mary Sue's run rampant. Also in the roleplay sphere where Mary Sue's also run rampant. And
Yep.
also, I have the unique perspective of being the only girl in the group.
Yes, and
Well-
it should be mentioned that we do also acknowledge that Mary Sue, though it did start out very gendered, is more often not, it has spread out into both genders at this point. There's Mary Sue's,
Yes.
there's Gary
Mm.
Stu's,
In
and in fact, you can see examples of both. And Bad Fanfiction Night on the Ruby fanfic that we're reading this
Oh
time
my
around, Project Alpha. You can check us out when we're reading that Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That hasn't changed, unlike, we're going to regular Wednesday streams here on JYCT.
Yeah.
But
I
in
just want
respect
to be,
to, oh, go ahead, Mike.
I just want to be upfront and with cards on the table, which also, Twilight, I'm going
Yes.
to be really honest. I also come from the generation of fan fiction writers, and I was once
Yay.
one as well.
I mean,
It was
yeah,
mostly
all right, that
Yu-Gi-Oh
checks
stuff,
out.
but
I-
it was
I-
mostly Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. But
I'm also
nothing
there.
Like
I
vampires.
don't really feel the need to bring this up.
I never said that my experience as a fanfiction writer was the unique thing. I said I am the only girl of this group. And
Oh, I don't
when
see gender. I don't see anything really.
well, I'm only mentioning that because
What's in your pants? Criticism.
I'm only mentioning that because when we're talking about Mary Sue's, it is mostly talking about the female variety. And I do know that Ant likens himself a feminist, and he tends to be a little bit of a white knight about it.
Oh
Yeah, in fact,
totally.
the thing that we specifically disagreed with when he mentioned it in his video, from what I remember, was him basically saying that it's mostly used as a buzzword that are against just overconfident like female characters in general, or was making a sort of wider statement about people's usage of the term, which I don't believe checked out all that much. But who
Yeah,
knows? Maybe
no.
he'll give us more things to work with this time.
Sky
around.
Slasher says, I swear to God, if
be
he
fair,
makes even
I
one
made that
mo-
argument in my last video about Mary Sue's.
Sky Slasher says, I swear to God, if he makes even one Mare Sue pun, I'm going to spoil people's milk. He would.
wouldn't.
Oh, he would
He
not.
wouldn't.
He. I guarantee you, he does
I
not
mean,
like the R.
I find it very interesting that just this morning we actually did have a conversation. Well, I did at least, because I think I was the only one awake. Yay for sleeping disorders! Woo. But I did have a short conversation with him this morning about the topic of Mary Sue's, specifically Shad's book and his horrible Gary Stew.
Oh yeah, Shao the
Yeah, that's also on
Yeah.
our list for Bad Fan Fiction Night.
No,
that
it's not.
Wait, it's not. I thought
Not-
it was, or was it?
No, because it's way too long, Raymond.
I can't
We were
remember.
gonna
What
do that-
we have a long list of books. I can't remember what we have. And we have a freaking
no, we-
Digimon of official quote unquote an unofficial Digimon fan fiction or unsanctioned Digimon fan fiction that's being sold for $40 on Amazon.
Yes.
There's a lot of weird shit we have on that list. He
Oh,
could have been
Speak
on
of the
there.
devil.
Oh, hey Anthony, how's it
Hello.
going? He's saying
Hello.
popping in briefly to say that you can go absolutely crazy on this vid. Hope everything goes well. I will see your feedback later. All right, thanks, Anthony.
Okay,
Yeah,
see ya.
appreciate
I remember, anything we say in this, we'll have critical takes more than obviously, but If you ever hear an insult, it's in good fun. It's
Oh, yeah.
probably
Easter
like an
Guatemala
expression.
It's just basically a Sonic Boom reference.
Oh, I forgot you were a Sonic fan.
Hey man,
What-
Sonic
why
3
would
was
you
dope.
convert-
say it
I
that
need-
way?
Why do you
Kaiser.
think I look? When you look at me, who do you see? You see Shadow the Hedgehog. What do you expect?
All I'm
You
saying
always
is, I
have
need to
been an edgy
convert
boy.
you to.
I was gonna say I see Surge the Trenic.
Oh yeah.
I'm Green. I'm red.
I'm glad you got that reference. I just learned who she was like a day ago. Because I was just like, I fell down a
Actually,
rabbit hole on
yeah.
on Wikipedia.
Oh
Actually,
yeah.
there's one thing you may want to check out if you do like Surge. They actually did there was an animated pixel art version of Surge to just a little bit bad that came out not too long ago. It's actually pretty well done animated wise.
Oh. I just see Mystery
Manga.
Skulls.
No. It's
Yeah,
actually from
Mystery
that one Nickelodeon show. Those Parados. That's something that caused a
I
lot of drama. a long
I
time
vaguely
ago.
remember that show. Like it does look very distinct to me. Though I also
Yeah,
see
it
Mystery
actually has
Skulls, and now I'm
Actually, a
just
really good.
singing money in my head.
How dare you say Mystery Skulls to me?
Is it Mystery Skulls? Or something else? Never mind. That's a different topic. Anyway, do we want? So before we go into this video, do we want to take a time to try and establish a kind of a more universal definition for Mary Sue, or
Yes.
do we want to discuss it just as the video goes on?
Yeah, let's
Honestly,
go.
I
Do that.
nominate Pete to go first. If we're
I
doing
don't think
the
you can really give like a universal definition because, in my own personal belief, like Mary Sue has become a diluted term that anyone uses for anything nowadays.
You see, I was thinking about this, and the more I think about it, is Mary Sue, like a lot of different things in fiction, is a spectrum of a character concept or of a character problem, where it is a sliding
Yeah.
scale of how much the universe, characters, and plot bend around a given character.
Yeah.
And so you can have like a partial Mary Sue, going. Well, you have like low-level Mary Sues, you have high-level Mary Sues, where they're basically just the gods of the universe. Basically a Haruhi Suzumiya, but,
Yeah.
like, even more annoying.
Yeah.
Somehow.
somehow.
I understand that my definition of it is probably a lot broader than most, and part of that is because like Mary Sue is a term that is attempted to be used on to describe a lot of different kinds of things. Generally, my understanding of it, just how I have categorized it, is just a character who is favored in a way, or like attempted to be painted in a favorable light by the story, in a consistent way, and that also consistently results in creating more problems for the story. So generally, like if for like conflicts and that kind of thing, it will either give them obscene levels of power for them to be able to overcome certain conflicts that maybe contradict certain things about the world building, or maybe characters will act stupid or out of character in order to facilitate their victories, or they will appear morally righteous in something where they are absolutely not. Just things,
Yep.
problems
Batwoman.
that result as a degree. Problems that just result directly and consistently from how the story tries to paint them in a favorable light. And I feel like it's a very broad definition. Even I understand that. But again, like you said, the term Mary Sue is one that tends to encapsulate a variety of different kinds of issues that are hard to narrow down into a singular definition.
The way that I would describe a Mary Sue is actually very complementary to Raymond's definition. And the broad scope that I would go for is it is a terminology for bad writing in terms of characterization. And that bad writing usually falls into a character that takes up unneeded space that they shouldn't be in some form or another. Usually, again, like was said before, in terms of everything that was said before. I'm not gonna be as long-winded as Pete. No, I refuse.
Okay.
Milton Cobb says, actually, MangaKamen Primos is a Disney show.
Well, got you to give $2 to
Oh.
the Phoenix, so there we go.
I know what
For us.
But Yeah, in regards to my understanding of Mary Sue, I have a very similar stance as Pete. Mostly because we did a couple videos about it, which y'all should definitely watch, especially his part 2 of it, where we respond to Lily Orchard, because she was just all kinds of whack when it comes to her.
Lily
understanding
Orchard
Mary
is
Sue.
wild. Oh, Mary
Oh,
Sue's are
jeez.
good.
Watch both of them.
Yes, watch
Yeah,
both of them.
Kaiser's is the
absolutely.
part 1. Go to his channel first.
But definitely watch the part 2 after. But I have the actual definition we have from the video in front of me. Mary Sue is a character who is favored by the plot to a degree, to a consistent degree that breaks a narrative as a result of that favoritism. That's sort of more or less my stance on it. And there are, of course, levels to it. But yeah, generally I see a lot more utility in the Mary Sue being a negative trope strictly, especially as a social contagion, which I'll probably get into more when we get to certain parts of the video.
Billy Donuts is here. Yay!
Billy!
Yay, Billy!
Yeah.
I was gonna point it out, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, same.
Nope.
I do that too often.
Oh, it's like the regular of ours comes on, gives out donuts.
okay.
It's great.
Sorry. It's like, who's Billy? Does he have donuts for me now?
Yes, he
Yes,
probably
Billy
does.
Donuts. You got donuts for manga?
Yeah,
Oh,
if you type in
donut.
if you type in chat, he'll give you a donut.
I can't have them right now. I'm on a diet.
But yeah, do you have anything you want to define MangaKamen in that term?
Well, in all honesty, I think that my definition does fall into the same thing with you guys. I do believe that there are degrees to a Mary Sue, because ultimately speaking, all stories are built on coincidence and, plot warping at times. Sometimes this is going to be a natural thing. It just depends on the character, how it's used. I mean, I brought this up in our private chat, but if you really want to go with something like the story warps around them, you could even use the broad term for like characters like Goku or Saitama, but I wouldn't necessarily call them Gary Stews myself, but have small elements, because if you really think about it, every character has like at least one element of a Gary Stew in them, because, we want them to be the victorious ones in the end of the story,
Yeah, the protagonist.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like
we want them
it's
to win.
more of an overabundance of a lot of different traits, like combined.
Exactly.
into
Like,
it.
it depends on how many traits there are, because sometimes, like, you can have one trait like being overpowered or having the ability to get stronger after almost dying, and you could say, oh, that's convenient for
Yeah.
a character. I think it's
Like-
just how many conveniences are actually built up for said character that determines what is and isn't a Mary or Gary Stew.
It's a balancing act.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you have one positive trait for them, then you need to give them at minimum one balancing negative trait in order to humanize them, because that's what a Mary Sue is. I think at the end of the day, is a character that you don't believe is actually a human being at the end of the day, because they are so perfect, they are so out there, they're so outside of our periphery of what we consider normal, even in a fantastical sense, that they break our illusion of believability.
Yeah.
I mean,
listen,
Yes.
guys. All right, MangaKamen, what you're saying is Mary Sue traits are like crack. A little bit is just fine. I'm joking.
Well, I was gonna say it's like the it's more. I don't think it's strictly as true as like balancing out traits, more so than following through on consequences. Like if a character is like naturally so powerful, they're almost godlike. That comes with consequences. People's personalities and egos become inflated. People become corrupted by the power that they have. Or if they're virtuous and good, them doing horrible things is drastically out of character. It's all about trying to maintain consistency and following through on the consequence in a way that the world's rules establish. And I think Mary Sue violates that.
And
that's
consequences
what
is like
is great.
Yeah, like consequences are also like a big thing with, I'm sure this will probably come up like a little bit later, because like one of the big examples that are used to defend Rey as not being a Mary Sue is like, well, she lost to Kylo this one time, and Mary Sues never lose. And like the problem with that is that it ignores the consequence of her losing. That Kylo essentially he gave up on the real thing that he came there to get, the BB-8 droid, which had the map to Luke, which he not only wanted to get to find Luke, but also to prevent the Resistance from finding their way to Luke. Because if he had gotten Rey and the droid, that means that Rey wouldn't have the map to get to Luke, which means that she wouldn't be on that planet in The Last Jedi, and things would go a lot differently then. And he stupidly, his motivation suddenly warped because now suddenly it
Which,
revolves entirely.
after seeing The Last Jedi, might have been the better
Honestly
alternative.
Guys,
honestly speaking, whenever I hear people say like that for like reasons for why she's not a Mary Sue for that reason right there, I always go, then why did she live?
Yeah, there's no consequence from it.
Yeah, I mean, if a person loses, there has to be a consequence, and there really wasn't. In fact, it actually played to Rey's advantage, especially when she pulled the Jedi mind trick out of nowhere.
Or in the novelization where she downloaded it from Kylo.
Okay,
Look,
Great Bar says,
look, they told me that every book in Star Wars is non-canon, and I can include those to be non-canon.
Great Bar says, "Oh boy, I'm going to be mostly distracted, but sure, it'd be a great react. I'll try to add some dumb points as usual. The Anthony versus Shad stream drained me." Yeah, apparently Shad has responded to this, and I honestly, I am so tempted to put off Arcane another week just to look at that, because God, please. I can only imagine Shad is nightmarishly bad at this.
Please, but I want it so bad.
But like, I kind of don't want to until we've read his fucking book, so we can actually like needle him about it.
Well, you're gonna have to make time for us to read the book.
I know.
I've been waiting for 4 months, Raymond.
I've been writing volume 7, which, thankfully I'm at the very tail end of. I just completed the first rough draft.
Everybody loves Raymond.
It's 160 pages.
I do love Raymond, but he does frustrate me. Also, Raymond, Power Rangers.
We don't need to talk about that, okay? Like, you know what? I'm busy making a Power Rangers, so you know what? I think it's fair.
No,
it's totally fair. Isa says, "Oh God, Shad is such a character." I know you went that, but I like reading it out. I would love to see a reaction to that. We'll see. You know what? Maybe we'll watch this video and we'll have to like retroactively go back to it and be like, "All right, Shad, let's use your own words against you," type thing.
Yeah, but we have to watch like 3 things. Like we have to watch a summary of Shad's book.
Yeah, we should probably get going.
As much as I love this right here, we should probably actually get to the actual topic right now.
So let's hop right into Anthony's video, Mary Sue versus the Internet, otherwise known as No One Knows What a Mary Sue Is. Let's
Cutting you boys off of Star Wars too.
I'm gonna be honest with you for a second.
I mean,
I don't really think people know what a Mary Sue even is. You know it's synonymous with bad writing, cheesy wish fulfillment, and all of that, but what actually is a Mary Sue? For a lot of people, it's something you just intrinsically know, right? You recognize it when you see it. But is that really recognizing what a Mary Sue is, or is that kind of a confirmation bias that you might have? This thing I don't like it because it's a Mary Sue, right? That's an easy explanation. It's an easy justification for not liking something. You may think I'm exaggerating, but the term has been absolutely mangled by online criticism. Misshapen and stretched so thin.
Sorry,
okay.
I have to... It's like, look, here's one critique I'm going to give Anthony right now, and I'm being completely genuine right here, and this is not against anyone. He has a tendency to really, really scrape the bottom of the barrel for things.
He does, yeah. And he always focuses specifically on YouTube videos when Mary Sue has been kind of watered down even in the fanfic space before YouTube was even a thing. But for the most part, Mary Sue has still had this very specific yet broad area that it was specific to. It got to be fair, Mary Sue has been conflated with self-insert, which not all self-inserts are Mary Sue's, and not all Mary Sue's are self-inserts, but there's still an overlap on the Venn diagram. But it doesn't mean that they still weren't conflated with each other as just being one and the same thing. There was also a lot of spreading out due to people trying to make their Mary Sue's not Mary Sue's by saying, well, look, my character doesn't wear pink and isn't a bubbly girl. She is a goth chick. And it's like, yeah, your goth chick can still be a Mary Sue.
My girl got stabbed. She's not a Mary Sue.
Okay, I mean, like,
Yeah, but actually,
depending on how they handle that, that could be a good argument. But like, you know,
back to my point right here, and I'm gonna be completely honest because I knew Jar. Obviously, a lot of people know that. It's hard for me to deny that. And just to make clear, I've cut him off after that whole thing happened. But the thing is, like, if you really, really want to engage with a topic like this, you don't go with someone who has milked the topic multiple times like Jar has. You don't go with, like, people who basically you fundamentally disagree with or have, like, really weak arguments. You go for the ones that are stronger. Like, and I'm gonna be a little egotistical because I know for a fact that Jar kind of ripped me off when I did my first Mary Sue video because he did a lot of the same things I did. But the thing is, like, if you really wanted to tackle, like, arguments about a Mary Sue, you don't go for people that you ideologically just disagree with, because Jar and Ant are pretty much like, you know, they're the polar opposites on the political spectrum right there, which is something that, you know, fine, pick whatever topics you want, pick whatever targets, but at the same time, it would be better if you were to target people who have, like, more nuanced opinions and aren't just, like, you know, obviously milking the topic just for the views.
Well, I mean, like, I was going to say... we both jinxed Yomi soda.
Okay.
Fair turnabout is fair play. But the what I was going to point out with that is, like, he's launching into this and making this very broad statement that no one understands what a Mary Sue is. He's giving his intro, and it's okay, like, so far, because he's not naming names, but, like, maybe start giving examples of people misattributing what a Mary Sue is. Like, you're making.
I would
a
argue
claim...
that he actually is name dropping because he did show a lot of Jar's videos right there.
Oh, okay, that's. I mean,
that's probably.
But I didn't recognize that as a non-viewer of Jar. I don't.
He did also mention that he was going to talk about Jar, and I think that is specifically because I did defend Jar, like, literally 3 weeks before all the shit went down.
Oh,
okay. Now when you say that, it kind of seems like, oh, I gotta correct myself. I gotta distance myself from that now. I gotta burn him at the stake.
Well, more so, like, I think if you're going to criticize one person's definition, highlight that, and then also give, like, surrounding definitions. Like, what, you could pull a definition from, say, Literature Devil or Mahler or like, you could anyone else, and still, like, you could cross compare it with Jar's and use it to make a point. Like, I know that's probably asking for disaster considering what happened last time he covered multiple people, but if you get a nice slice sample, a vertical slice.
Well, to be fair for that one, that wouldn't actually be a problem, because you could say, like, here are a few definitions from people I've seen, and as you can see, while there are similar elements, there are completely different takes on it.
That'd be a good argument.
Hell, that's what I was going to actually mention here, because is another big issue with just making broad statements like this. As me and Pete demonstrated in both of our videos, if we're talking about YouTubers not having a handle on the Mary Sue, that is practically, like, almost incorrect as far as I am aware. Most YouTubers, at least the ones that I've seen, tend to be way, way, way more, like, on code and much more active.
I believe you had a playlist of a bunch of YouTubers. And they're Mary Sue.
It's still up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do also want to quickly say, it wasn't necessarily that it sounds like I have a vendetta against Jar that I need to, like, go in the opposite direction. It's just I was defending Jar and then the shit went down, but I I feel like because of that, people still might think that I would defend him, and I would just have to say, like, I don't really care about Jar anymore.
Well, I was going to say, you can still defend someone you either don't like or hate on principle that they are, if they do something correctly. Like, if you think that they are...
Honestly speaking, if someone did something bad and they said, humans need oxygen to breathe air, and you agree with that, does that mean you're a bad person?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah,
Lily
exactly.
Orchard, if you watch our stream covering Lily Orchard's writing quote-unquote tips, there were like 2 or 3 in there that we came across and were like, you know what, that's actually somewhat accurate. That's fine. That's okay. Yeah. And there's some people that were like, no, it's not. And we were like, no. She's got a point here. She's coming at it from the wrong fucking angle, mind you. But like,
it's like a broken clock. It's broken clock syndrome.
I just found it a little bit weird that he would like focus specifically on Jar, I guess. And I was wondering if it was because that I had defended him.
Oh,
that was all.
Oh my God, Dedarex.
What?
Oh, did Dedarex give us some art?
Dedarex gave us an art. You're gonna love it.
Dedarex.
What did he do?
It's Twy with her Digimon.
Oh my God.
That's amazing. I'll pop it up on screen.
I love that.
Oh, that looks nice.
Guys, go follow Dedarex525. Go commission his art. I'm obligated 100%. to plug him since he made my avatar.
Yeah, he is amazing. Very much loved around here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back on point, I do want to say one thing that, to be fair, this is probably Anthony's thesis statement for the video, which, understandable, but if you're going to make a claim like that, you should, at the very least, show what people are saying is a Mary Sue at the beginning,
Yes, for sure. I would think that right before saying...
looking like the girl from Metabots.
I have actually had that comparison been made for me before, yeah. Gosh. Sorry, what was I saying?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I would think that before saying that people don't know the definition of Mary Sue or don't seem to, and then show like the examples of people talking about Mary Sue's on YouTube, that you should talk about the definition that you think is the most correct first, and then go into detail about why everyone else is incorrect. But I don't know. That's just how I would do it.
There's a bunch of different approaches, but what I find here with Anthony, and I was going to kind of point this out, that I think is an astute observation, if I do say so myself. He goes very much for emotional openings in particular, and I think a lot of his criticism is very emotionally driven, weirdly enough. And I say this as someone who is also himself very emotionally driven in his work, but I also try to work very hard to at least, like, when I have a feeling about something, I try to break it down, like, why do I feel this way? And then I all right, I feel this way because of X, here's the supporting evidence, and I try to build up into it. It doesn't feel like he does a lot of the proper build. I mean, we've only given him 43 seconds to talk, but...
just like, we watched one video.
To be fair, Celtic, if he wants to go for an emotional thing, he should probably show more emotion.
Okay.
Okay, that's going to be the most scathing thing I say about Mr. Guadagnana here. That's the most scathing thing.
You mean the roast is over? What are you talking about? More?
Do you want me to be more roasting right now? I can do that for you. I just don't want to be too
emotionally
mean.
driven at a certain level. I mean, usually when you
I'll
make
get
a
the
video, it is,
marshmallows.
but like your delivery.
I guess it all depends. Do you want
Like,
me to go for like Bill Murray roasting, or do you want me to go Flavor Flav roasting?
I'm probably not
Oh
wording
my
it
God.
properly. It's one of those things that like I would have to actually sit down and think about it, because it's a thing that a lot of YouTubers do, where a lot of they make the video because they feel a certain way. That's fine, but the way they go about it, the execution of the video, is a lot more
emotional.
It's a lot more emotional and emphatic, instead of it being like they're taking a much more analytical stance. Like I feel like there's a lack of
appeals to emotion.
Yeah, it's more of an appeals to emotion. Like instead of being like, well, here's a bunch of people's definitions and here's where they line up, here's where they're incorrect, and so evidently from this I can draw no one seems to know what it is. He just flat out opens up, no one knows what a Mary Sue is, and it's like, well, that's a very broad statement with nothing backing it. Anthony Hakuna Matata.
But next you're gonna hear a bunch of lovely coconuts being sung.
All right. Well, let's let him continue. I'm
Yeah.
actually going to
That
backtrack.
not liking something. You may think I'm exaggerating, but the term has been absolutely mingled by online criticism. Misshapen and
Mingled?
stretched so thin that it's become like a stretched out sock, like a sock trying to fit over a head. It's an easy buzzword. Whatever
Like
it
butter.
was,
It's
it's
Too
gone.
much bread.
So what is
It's called
immersive?
leggings.
How is the term used in critical online spaces today?
It's called
and
panty liners.
are these characters
Yeah,
really
it's called
Mary Sue's,
pantyhose.
or are they
You could
something
do
I
else?
thought it
that.
was Stretch
That's
Armstrong.
what I hope to answer here with this video. So let's
Wait,
start off
that
with the
was
term
his
used in
thesis.
critical online spaces today.
But-
And are these characters really Mary Sue's, or are they something?
Is Watch Together messing up for you guys too?
That's what I.
A
What
little
do you mean?
bit.
I don't think so.
It's
mean?
like
We're
freaking out on
repeated
my
back.
end. I wonder if that's.
Oh, I got good
It's
internet, so
easy-
it's not.
Well, good for you. You know what? You know what? Maybe you should give some of that good internet to the less privileged here. Give some good internet to Kaiser. He needs it.
Listen, I
Okay,
have to
you
pay
have
him
no
bourbon to get
right
this
to
internet.
say that when you physically lagged with your language just now.
Probably a refresh would do the trick because I had problems too. It actually wouldn't start for me, so I just refreshed it.
All right, I'm gonna refresh.
Oh, I hate it when it does that.
Yeah.
We're at 49 seconds just in case.
You get better internet,
Easy
manga
buzzword. Easy
comment.
buzzword.
All right, there we go. All right, let's do this.
Perfect.
Whatever it was, it's gone. So what is a Mary Sue really? How is the term used in critical online spaces today? And are these characters really Mary Sue's, or are they something else? That's what I hope to answer here with this video.
Okay.
So let's start off with
the 3 points we have to go here is what is a Mary Sue? How is it used
Right.
online? And are these characters maybe something else? Those are the 3 bullet points we're looking to hit in this episode. We're all on the same page about that, yeah?
Correct.
Sure thing.
Okay. I was gonna say it makes it hard with his editing style sometimes because it's so clippy. It's like, oh, is it me lagging or is that you just editing your video?
Well, at least
Yeah,
he better at it than he was last time.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think
Yeah.
from an editing perspective, I think this would have been a good time to have like text actually appear on the screen so that way it reinforces it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
You know,
know,
something
boring,
basic
but
editing can do.
Bear
You
with
know?
me in this one. If we're going to technically discuss a Mary Sue, we need a working definition, right? And what better place than TV tropes? TV tropes have spent
No,
No.
TV tropes is bad.
Okay.
See,
I'm not gonna say TV tropes is bad, but it's very generalized. Like it has a lot of different, very broad examples where you could go in literally any direction. Its specificity is very much lacking when it comes
I mean,
down
it's
to it.
essentially just it's just trope version of Wikipedia. It's
Yeah, and you
that
can
be
edit it.
very biased.
I mean,
Yeah.
fucking the Wikipedia page for fixing Ruby calls it a hate fic, and it's like what? What?
Yeah.
Oh, you know
yeah.
what? That's where Lilith Farron got their idea about fixing Ruby from.
Oh no, absolutely the other way around. Probably it's like
Yeah,
Oh, she
I
wrote
would.
it.
I
She
would
wrote the
imagine
article?
she would have wrote it because someone tried to fix it, and I think that they got banned from editing because of it.
Oh,
my
God.
back onto the point.
Give
right
me
here.
some of your haters, man.
back onto the point right here. I think it's okay to have it like be for a jumping off point, but it's not something you can really actively use as like
An authority.
very yes, exactly, like with Wikipedia, because it's a good jumping off point. I kind of wish they would give like more references, like if they're talking about like specific scenes, like link to it so people can make their own determinations, but that would probably be a headache and a half.
Well, I mean that's what
Yeah.
that's why Wikipedia is ultimately superior to TV tropes is that you have citation and that's required. Like if you don't have citation when you're reading something, it's like, oh, George Washington did 3 backflips and kicked King George in the face, and it's like, oh wait, there's no citation here. That might not have. That probably didn't happen.
What you're telling me the great George Washington fight never happened?
No, it didn't. I'm sorry to say, he
Oh.
only did 1 backflip.
Ah,
Yeah.
You do
And he-
have Lincoln,
and he
who is
fought
a
Logan
vampire
Paul.
player.
You see, actually, the vampire hunter thing, that was actually fabricated post hoc. It turns out he was actually a vampire hunter, as in he was a vampire and he liked to hunt game. That was a misconception and just got, flanderized over the years.
Well,
shame.
Was a
Shame.
vampire really?
Yeah.
He got shot in the head with a cross. All right.
They're part of 20 years, cataloging all of the key tropes and cliches and stereotypes of fiction. So if we go to TV Tropes' website, we find the definition of a Mary Sue, which is...
I feel like that's dishonest because, like, you're not mentioning that it's... You need to mention that it's curated by the community. It's not... It's like Wikipedia, and there's no citation to it necessarily speaking. Like, they describe things, sure, but they can actually make wrong citation, and they don't actually have to cite anything when they do. So...
Yeah, like one of my favorite.
Sorry, that was me.
I was gonna say one of my favorite examples was actually when I learned this because I watched the Snake Eaters video on like Yakuza. I believe it was 4. He actually pointed out how TV Tropes had like a lot of issues with like one of the most iconic scenes in that game and how they misinterpreted it so badly.
Yeah.
I you know what? I bet they probably have like, the trans panic Naoto from Persona 4. They probably have that.
Please,
No, no, do not mention that to Kamen. He's having flashbacks. He's doing that
Why would you do this
every
to
other
him?
month.
I didn't know it was a trigger for him.
I have videos about it.
Fake fan. You're a fake manga
I am a
fan.
fan in passing.
Raymond, we're now all on thin ice. We're about to scare off our new guest.
We've been here
You're the guest
before.
with over 200K subscribers who's giving you more traffic.
Raymond, you can't. I'm saying this for your sake, Raymond. Don't mess this up.
All right.
Should
So should I not mention kanji then?
No.
all right.
Dude, okay.
All right,
Yeah,
let's see.
just fucking
Because I think
around.
someone's saying this might be a joke, but we'll see.
They got nothing.
Whoa,
Okay.
dude.
And
that on-
cliches and stereotypes
up
of
for a minute.
fiction. So if we go to TV Tropes' website, we find the definition of a Mary Sue, which is they
got nothing. Since there is no consensus on a precise definition, the best way to describe the phenomenon is by example of the kind of character pretty much everyone could agree on to be a Mary Sue. Okay,
Well,
but now you're saying that there is no authority here. Like, you're saying, okay, this is an authority, but even the authority doesn't know. And it's like, okay, all right.
I mean, that implies that they were an authority in the first
Yeah,
place.
Yeah,
like
you-
that's saying that you
Christian
built up an
mailed.
authority. You built up a straw man. You built up an authority to knock it down.
Not only that, but he's also not being like, he's literally saying they have no idea, but they're saying there is no consensus, so the best way to do it is to just go for what the majority definition is, which they're going to explain, but he just failed to highlight it.
Oh, let's
Not to
see.
There's
mention
also
what
that.
not to mention what makes them the authority, you know.
Also, it's very
Yeah.
interesting. You know what the quote is at the very top of Mary Sue? There is
What's that?
nothing more boring than a perfect heroine. Twy, does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, it's almost like that's a good definition of what a Mary Sue is. And oh my gosh, look, it's said by Drosselmeyer.
From Princess Tutu, which, by the way, everyone
Yes.
go watch Princess Tutu, dub or sub. It's fun. It's a really fun anime.
You know, I never
Really
knew
is.
that I never knew that Nami's voice actress was actually in that until my girlfriend pointed it out.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Oh, Lucy Christian? Yeah.
Yeah,
Mary
that
Sue
was
is a
just like,
derogatory
what?
term primarily used in fanfic circles to describe a particular type of character. This much everyone can agree on. What the character type is exactly differs wildly from circle to circle and often from person to person. TV Tropes doesn't get to set what the term means. The best we can do is capture the way it is used. Since there's no consensus on a precise definition, the best way to describe the phenomenon is by example of the kind of character pretty much everyone could agree on to be a Mary Sue. These traits usually refer to the character's perceived importance to the story, their physical design, and an irrelevantly overskilled or over-idealized nature. Interesting.
Wow.
Those sound like definitions that are narrowing in. on something.
Yeah.
And we're not even trying to use TV tropes as an authority. We're just being like, there's more there on the page than just, we don't fucking know. It's like, no, we kind of have a radar in a direction. There is a direction on this page that it is pointing you.
Isn't this like basically what all of us described as Mary Sue outside of the physical design? Because it's been quite a while since Mary Sue's have had the Sparkle Dog aesthetic.
Right.
Pretty much. Like I think I said this in my video on it. They put a writer with vision put limits to their character strengths, confronts their choices, or make them imperfect. But how can that be if the character is perfect? You already fucked up from there, and this whole thing actually outlines that pretty well, even if it doesn't have a solid definition.
To quote Abraham Lincoln, the vampire hunter, y'all done fucked up. Y'all fucked up. Y'all fucked up. All right. Anyway, let's continue the video.
They got nothing.
Yes.
They don't know what it is. They have no working definition of Mary Sue. So even the people who obsessively catalog fiction
little bit,
cannot define a Mary Sue. Okay, that makes this a little more tricky, but we can work with this. Granted, it may not be a single definition, but
Actually, you know what? I am curious now. Wikipedia. Mary Sue. I have to imagine that there is a Mary Sue Wikipedia page.
I mean, there
There's
is
gotta
probably.
be.
Yeah, there is.
Yes.
The question is this the trope or is this the character?
Well, the thing
it's
is,
a fictional
it
character.
leads to citations, and that's why. Mary Sue is a type of fictional character, usually a young woman, who is portrayed as free of weaknesses or character flaws. So already, bam, hard definition right there.
Oh, yeah.
What is the citation on that? That is a Mary Sue from the Oxford English Dictionary. Holy shit! It actually has a fucking dictionary definition from March of 2017. All right, Anthony.
Okay, then.
Anthony, did you not think to check Wikipedia or the fucking dictionary?
Like I get what he's trying to do. He's doing the whole comedy bit where he's trying to, mostly
Is there a picture in
facilitate that.
Is there a picture in the dictionary?
Oh.
I
Wait,
have
why
a
am I
picture in
here?
the chat.
I'm kidding.
But freaking, I know what he's trying to do here, where he's sort of like jokingly illustrating what he said earlier, that nobody has a very solid definition on the term and how it can be applied. The problem is that, well, along with what we say about TV tropes, Wikipedia has a pretty solid definition that encompasses a decent chunk of what people consider to be Mary Sue's anyway. So I'm all like, the joke doesn't exactly land.
The character type has acquired a pejorative reputation in fan communities 2, 3, and 4, which are enterprising women, television fandom, and the creation of popular myth. Turk Tisha, 2011. Metaplysis in fan vids and fan fiction. Milhorn Thomas, writing genre fiction, a guide to craft. That's actually that's like a textbook. With the label Mary Sue often applied to any heroine who is considered to be unrealistically capable. There we go. Another firm definition, which comes from that third reference point.
Yeah,
So-
I have no idea if he's going to reference it, but I do see Fruits Basket in the background, and I was a little bit worried that he would try to say that some people might say that Toru is a Mary Sue because she is the only competent character in the household. Therefore, Sue, I guess.
I don't know if
I
you go
don't
that
know.
far. But All My
have a
Goddess is
sexual
right next to
video.
it, though, so that's weird.
Yeah, Oh My Goddess is right next to it too, but they're like literal goddesses, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
But
Also, I'm
some
pretty sure
key-
you'll probably get into it later in like the section about like, oh, the character is lovable or whatever the hell that's called.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
elements. What we can know for sure is that the term Mary Sue dates back to a 1974 Star Trek fanfiction called A Trekkie's Tale, which itself was a parody of the increasingly prevalent self-insert fanfiction model.
Gee golly gosh glorioski, thought Mary Sue as she stepped on the bridge of the Enterprise. Here I am, the youngest lieutenant in the fleet, only 15 and a half years old. Captain Kirk came up to her. Oh, Lieutenant, I love you madly. Will you come to bed with me? Captain, I am not that kind of girl.
It criticized how so many
Saying
fanfictions
that
at
to
the
a
time
15-and-a-half-year-old. I
Yeah.
just want to point out.
It was a different time, Pete.
No, like from what I remember of like people talking about this fanfic, it was meant to be a parody of a lot of actual fanfic that was being written at the time. So like this is something that was a problem that somebody noticed, and they decided to kind of make a definition out of it. And through this parody came the
definition
actual
of Mary
name.
Sue.
Yeah, the actual name and definition that would become Mary Sue.
Yeah, it was a description of something that was already happening. It was an analysis of something already present. It wasn't just something. It wasn't invented out of nowhere and then ascribed later. No, we had this problem before.
Yeah.
Oh, well, good thing Lily Orchard isn't in our chat right now, or else she would freaking whinge and whine about that.
No, dude, she would never watch our stuff. She never watches the stuff of people who disagree with her.
Well, except
No.
for Sai, apparently, because, you know, she tries to strike her.
Oh,
Let's be honest,
well,
she-
it's because she wants to sleep with Sai. We all know it.
Oh my god!
Yugok says, critical writing lesson for Anthony. Don't build your thesis on a straw man. So far, he is now building towards, he basically built that up to throw it away and say, oh, that's not correct, so let's go somewhere else. And so he's building it up from, I guess, very much scratch. But let's see what he says about the actual original Mary Sue.
15 and a half years old. Captain Kirk came up to her. Oh, Lieutenant, I love you madly. Will you come to bed with me? Captain, I am not that kind of girl.
It criticized how so many fanfictions at the time featured a character who was either unusually talented or skilled, fell in love with either Kirk or Spock, was a half-human, someone's sister, and would usually die in a bleed.
Anthony, your bottom here is actually, I like that. It's a very clean way to actually designate that someone else's video or content. Please, for the love of God, put a white border around the text.
Yeah.
Like a white stroke. I mean,
Just
a white
move it
stroke
down.
of some sort.
Move it
Something just so that
Move
it
it down
pops
an inch.
out. Well, not even that. Just like a white stroke, even a 1-point white stroke, maybe a little thicker than that, honestly, will help it
wonders.
pop
Yeah.
against black backgrounds. Just a little bit of an advice there.
Yeah. It was the same
Also-
issue with the last video, too.
Yeah. Was that Enemy Darkness Dementia Ravenway in the last picture?
Fiction at the time
let's
featured a
see.
character who was either unusually talented or skilled, fell in love with either Kirk or Spock, was a half-human.
Ah, ha, ha.
For Empress Sue of the Terran Empire.
Oh my God, it
There might have
is.
been A character.
It is.
It is
Oh.
absolutely enemy dimension Ravenway.
Enemy Darkness Dementia Ravenway.
Darkness dimension.
It's not like they spelled it correctly half the time anyway.
I know. That's why I keep saying that her name is Enemy and not Ebony.
Nothing
Someone's sister, and would usually die in a blaze of glory and be mourned by everyone despite them knowing her for like maybe a day or a week or so. What A Trekkie's Tale did was mix all these disparate, separate ideas and amp them up to 11 for the sake of parody.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Disparate, different ideas.
Yes.
Well, the reason
No.
I take issue with that is because who is to say that all these elements didn't exist in in single characters? Because often they do. Like in my experience, Mary Sue's often inhabit many of these same traits, and there's often very heavy overlap between them with very few distinguishing characteristics outside of personal tastes.
Also, it's almost like the overarching definition of a Mary Sue is a badly written character.
Yeah.
And that can encompass a lot of different elements, but still falls under the realm of poorly written character.
Yeah.
Of course.
Like any other
Obviously,
bad character
this wasn't the
archetype.
first Mary Sue. Pollyanna, the classic literature character immortalized by Disney, is very Sue-ish with her inherent goodness, being beloved by all,
course
and her
Disney
only
did
fault
first.
being that she's just too good for this sinful earth. As outlined in Pat Flieger's present,
I've noticed that Ant really likes to go super deep, like in a lot of his references. Like I get it. Like, all right, I'm like, cool. I've never heard of Pollyanna in my fucking life.
Oh, I have. I do agree with him that the character of Pollyanna is meant to be a sweet cinnamon bun kind of character, but like that's more of a taste of the time. Like that is just what was popular as a trope back then, in the same way that vampires are popular and dystopia is popular. You had the good little girl that was too good for this world. That was a popular trope back then. That doesn't necessarily make them a Sue. It just means that that was the flavor of the character ice cream that
Yeah, I mean, like,
decade.
I was gonna
Yeah, it was
say, you can have a character that's like super sweet down to her last breath. You can have that. That's a thing that can exist.
Mary Poppins, Pete.
Yeah.
Do you I did say I had my worries that he might use Toru as an example. And
Oh,
it's not,
dear.
it's not Toru, but you know, it's very similar with Pollyanna.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, I will
Toru
say,
is
those
literally
types of-
self-harming in the way that she's kind.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a little bit more on. I'm acting a little bit more on the presentation and how the video is being structured. I appreciate going into the past right here, but it's like the history of a Mary Sue is actually one of the most cliched things you can talk about in a YouTube video, especially in the year and stuff like that. It's like this is a very sanitized way to go about it, and honestly, it's kind of boring. I'm not trying to be super rude here to Anthony. I'm really trying my best not to be rude here.
But you're saying it's done to
Right.
death.
Yeah.
Yes, it's done to death, and it honestly just feels like I understand going back to like the example he just did, but at the same time, it feels like it's just wasting my time. It's just there for filler. Like, it's not the first Mary Sue, and okay, we don't really need to go into that. We don't need to like have like all this like other information right here. And
I at
it's
least
like,
find the Pollyanna thing to be interesting because I had never heard
yeah,
of it.
that's fine if you do. I'm just saying, like, it just feels like it feels more like filler and fluff right here. Like,
It's a bit of a distraction by a way of trying to cut down the concept of a Mary Sue by going to these really old popular tropes that were popular like 50, 60, 70 years ago, and trying to say that Mary Sue as a definition isn't valid because characters like this existed beforehand. That is essentially what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only like I guess relevance you would have to naming the freaking history of the Mary Sue, because like we said, it's been done to death at this point, is in a situation where certain people clearly don't understand the history and you're directly responding to them. I wonder who that would be though.
I have no idea. No idea, Kaiser. Having the
idea.
foggiest.
presentation at the American Culture Association conference on March 31st, 1999, titled Too Good to Be True, 150 Years of Mary Sue, a lot of 19th century children's magazines contained subscriber-submitted stories that featured Mary Sue-ish characters.
19th
Those
century
are
version.
children's books, though. That's different.
Well, I was gonna say,
Also, I
like,
was
if
gonna-
you really wanted to go back, go to a potboiler from the 1800s or the
oh, does this mean Thomas the Tank Engine is a Mary Sue?
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, okay, taking out children's literature, go back to something like Jane Eyre. Like, I don't think Jane Eyre is a bad book, but in that generation, there's a reason why there are so few books from that generation that are remembered. Because Jane Eyre was the one that did it well enough to be remembered, whereas a lot of other and even then, I think Jane Eyre it's pushing the boundaries. That woman gets so fucking lucky in her novel. I mean, admittedly, she goes through a lot of shit before she gets lucky, but like, there's a lot to it.
Yeah. Back in the 17 and 1800s, people were still kind of figuring out how to actually write novels because, you know, the printing press had only been invented like 100 years earlier. We didn't really have literary fiction to a great degree unless if you were extremely wealthy and extremely educated. And most of it was more in the realm of education or religion or debate.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot of literary stuff back then, so they were literally inventing the concept of entertainment fiction.
Yeah, it's really weird to think about it, but in the grand scheme of human history, entertainment, the idea of like, or should I say the idea of written entertainment, the idea of the written word and story is so goddamn young to us. Like, we perfected sports thousands of years ago. Like, we just keep inventing new sports, but we understand how sports work. We just like refine game theory. Writing and storytelling in this way, we had been just telling each other stories over a campfire for the longest time, and now we're like writing that shit down. It's like, that's a completely different ballgame.
And even then, writing and reading was
Also,
mostly, it was mostly dedicated to the wealthy, the highly educated. People up until the 1700s, the 1800s even, mostly got their entertainment through oral storytelling. So you didn't have as much ability to form these kinds of tropes and all that kind of stuff because, you know, your vocal cords will get tired if you do that.
Oh yeah, 100%. And even aside from that, going back to the Pollyanna example, like from what little that Ant showed of that seemed to be a relatively like slice of life show that Disney made, right? Which, yeah, I would probably say like Mary Sue's or Sue adjacent characters are less likely to break the story in like, you know, those types of stories, like slice of life genre type stories. It's not impossible for them to break the story with their Sue-ness, but the barrier to do so is, in my opinion, much higher in comparison to, say, an action adventure story or a horror story.
The stakes of the story often help basically highlight further flaws. It's like, I mean, the best way to put it is, if you really want to test the limits of a video game systems, put the game on the hardest difficulty, and it will. You will start to see the flaws crack through.
Yeah. Also, H. William Powers is correct. It was an old book. Disney only adapted it.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that is the MO for Disney if you think about it.
Yeah. They rarely make their own original content. They just adapt somebody else's talent and creativity.
Or
they
rarely
rip off
get
themselves.
we don't really get any Lilo and Stitches or Lion Kings anymore.
That's almost
No,
like
Lion-
They're just terrible ones.
Lion King was Shakespeare. It wasn't an original creation.
Well, I mean, you could say that like a lot of different stories are very similar to Shakespeare.
No, it literally
it's
was.
literally it's a rewrite of Hamlet. Like, it's a really good rewrite of Hamlet. That seems very original, but like it's.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like it's less so inspired compared to like a lot of their other works, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not directly derivative of. It's not like, you know, straight up Hamlet, but the title isn't Hamlet but lions.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, you know what? I'd watch it. Shakespeare x Kimba? No. Who was it? Sorry, your movie.
It was
sucks.
YMS.
Yeah, YMS. Your movie sucks. Did an excellent breakdown of why the bullshit assumption that Lion King ripped off Kimba. Like, he went through the entire history of that. There is no way that Lion King ripped off Kimba. And in fact, Kimba, the movie that came out, I think a year or two after The Lion King, ripped off The Lion King.
2 years out.
And that's why everyone thinks it, because it's a series that's older than The Lion King, but the movie they made for that series after The Lion King ripped off a lot of the visual imagery from Lion King.
Which is so funny.
Yeah, it's a very complicated situation, but it's hilarious. My God, My God, there's so much hilarious shit in Kimba. Like all the blatant racism.
I mean, you could say that there is no way in hell that Disney would rip off of Kimba because it's an inferior Japanese product. Haha.
But yes, anyway, let us go on.
Versions appear in the pages of Robert Murray's museum. Founded in 1841 by Samuel Goodrich, by the time the magazine was absorbed by the Youth's Companion in 1872, it had featured works by every major 19th century American writer for children, from Goodrich to Alcott, Jacob Abbott, Mary Mapes Dodge, and Sophie May. It also published works by lesser literary lights, most notably the subscribers themselves, who made the magazine their own from 1857 to 1868.
You guys see what I'm talking about when I say fluff?
Yeah.
It's like, who is this? This is Jazzy.
Oh, this is one of Anthony's friends, Jazzy. I don't think this is like a video. I've seen them in like a couple of Anthony's streams. So
yeah, but I'm again asking, why does this matter? Why does this?
Well, I guess we'll have to wait for him to give a conclusion on that once this is done being read, and like.
Well, you could probably hear me saying like, "Who cares? What does this matter?" Like under my breath.
Well, yeah.
Also Dead.
Oh, another Deaderex?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now. Kamen, you're gonna love this one.
Okay. Give me a sec.
It's in Jack.
Deaderex, you absolutely beautiful bastard.
I love how I'm blue now.
You're blue with despair.
It changes with your mood, okay? I love the detail that your sunglasses not only fell off, but they turned fucking gray.
And they're broken.
You can't really see them on the screen, unfortunately.
Oh wait, no, they're blue. My bad.
Well,
no, that's fine. I can see.
There we go. There. I can show people, and I can just move it back.
That's freaking hilarious.
That is. I love his rendition of Smiling Friends Me just being so casual. I look just so completely oblivious to your suffering. It's great. Like, so anyway, no,
that's why you're there. You're here to help make Kamen smile after you.
Yes, exactly. This is the first part of the episode where I walk in. I was like, so I'm here to make you smile, and I just like start talking about all the shit that's making you miserable. So anyway, have you seen this really cool video by Anthony Garbage?
You should come onto our stream, man.
Honestly, this is reminding me of like the old Griffin avatar that was blue and black at the time, and he was just a drunk Irishman.
Oh,
I love the impact my Smiling Friends art of Jack has today. Yes, Daigato, you did an amazing job. Thank you so much.
This is honestly, I should probably get PNG tuber models of my thing.
Dude,
it's not that hard to do.
I might whip that up for the rest of us. I think that'd be kind of fun to do. But you know, time willing, and me not dying of
time
COVID.
willing.
yeah.
Tended to write nonfiction articles, girls most often wrote stories and poems, some about wonderful girls whose accomplishments and charms are tangibly appreciated by those around them. Emily Martin, who in 1862 saves a sleeping Indian chief from certain death by bear. Maya, whose gentleness and kindness are extolled by animals and elves in 1858. Unella, a white child raised by Native Americans in 1865, so lovable that she holds the entire village in a gentle thraldom.
Please don't say that women doing things at all equals Mary Sue.
We associate with Mary Sue.
So in other words, the Mary Sue is older than Civil War. Okay, great, fantastic, great.
Okay,
that was established.
Every working definition that we had previously is just toss it out the window. No longer relevant.
No. What? How?
Well,
like, if anything, this kind of reinforces even more that like Mary Sue is a thing. If it because if this is a trope in writing, it's not something that's recent. It's been something that's just always been there. If anything,
I need to ask Anthony. Do you think that only recent things can be defined? What is it that I'm holding in my? It's a strange implement that when I click the top, a little point comes out, and then I can push it down on this flat, like a thing made out of wood, and it leaves a mark. I will call this a Jimmy wig. Oh, you
So
mean it's
how
called a pen?
How exactly
Oh!
did going through the past throw out that definition? I'm confused how we got there.
Yeah, like what is the
Yeah.
connection there? What I don't.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
that's,
the
that's
one
what
he
I
threw
that's
out
what
was
I
the
was
TV
saying.
tropes one.
Like
That is what I was saying. He's trying to conflate female characters doing things equals
Saving
Mary
from
Sue.
Baker.
Yeah.
Oh please, they haven't been called a Prindle since they flummoxed the Flagoogle, man. You gotta get with the times, all right.
someone
All
get
right,
the
Dr.
Wumbo
Seuss,
translate.
that's enough.
I let's hear that again. All right, let's.
Yeah, sure.
Older than Civil War. Okay, great, fantastic, great. Glad that every working definition that we had previously is just toss it out the window, no longer relevant. Okay, let's work with this.
No.
No, yeah,
I
it hasn't been thrown out. It means that it goes back further than the person who ended up coining the term. But you know what? Uranium still existed before we figured out what the fuck it was. I'm sorry, man.
Honestly, this just comes off as though it doesn't throw out the definition. It's just showing what other people's interpretations were at the time. That doesn't throw out the definition. That's just showing another person's opinion.
Yeah.
Also,
Then
I
when you
wouldn't
pull out the
even say
snoogle,
that
Why
that's...
would you pull out the snoogle, man? Holy shit, that's like going nuclear.
I wouldn't even say that that is necessarily examples of a Mary Sue prior to the definition, because the
It was so vague.
descriptions the descriptions were so vague. It was literally girls are protagonists and they do things. Therefore, they can be considered Mary Sues. And I'm like, don't you fucking dare say that female characters doing things makes them a Mary Sue.
Yeah, I think that they were just like, I guess, reading off or referencing some kind of like journal account or something, or article that was referencing these characters or something like that.
It was
Yeah,
more
and
like referencing the stories actually and telling like really very vague bases of the story without
I
actually
don't know the
explaining what-
context.
Deterex hit it on the nail on the head. Dang, Sir Isaac Newton, we all lost flight thanks to him discovering gravity. Yes, that is
That's right.
absolutely true.
He
Also,
got in his TARDIS and
yeah.
he took out the Wright brothers, those bastards.
Ryan Carson said, I wonder if someone calling Mimi and or Sora a Mary Sue would frustrate Twy. It would frustrate me, all right? Mimi has some
I was about to
self-conceited
say.
problems, and Sora is a ball of anxiety. Like, I
Yes.
know that much.
Why would anyone think that Mimi is a Mary Sue? She's not all that powerful. She is
She's whiny.
very whiny. She gets her ass like metaphorically handed to her in terms of getting her character development.
Also, neither one of them got Mega Evolutions for their Digimon.
Well, not until Try anyway.
Adam
Yeah,
Man
much-
678. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, who do you think is a Mary Sue? That's a very hard. Like, off the top of my head, it's really hard to think of. I mean, I
mean, like,
easiest
besides
one-
the ones that are normally thrown out, or do you just mean like in general?
I mean, I guess you could go to like what Ray is like the most
Yeah.
go-to one.
Yeah, I would say
There's
Kirito, obviously.
Yeah,
Kirito's a great
the holy
male
trinity
example
of anime Mary Sues. What are they? It's Kirito, Kira Yamato, and who's the third one?
Tatsuya, what's his name? CBF knows him. That
It's
this
Tatsuya
guy
Shiba.
from a regular, Tatsuya Shiba.
Yeah.
Captain
those guys
Marvel hits those notes. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
pretty much almost every single isekai protagonist. Like,
Yeah.
I was about to main
Yeah,
character
isekai
from Cell Phone
protagonist.
Isekai, whatever the fuck his name was.
Hello everyone,
Yeah.
Sora Heart. Hello everyone, glad to see MangaKamen is here. I wanted to say I really enjoy your Do Flamingo video. Also, thanks to you, I got Mega Man Star Force.
Wait, for real?
Wait,
You
MangaKamen,
mentioned-
I need to ask this. Are you a fan of Mega Man Star Force?
I actually am. I did a video talking
Hell
about how
yeah.
the first game.
I
did a video talking about how the first game did a good representation of depression.
The reason why
Oh, yeah.
I point that out is because in our group of friends, I am the Mega Man Legends fan. You have Kaiser, who's the Mega Man X fan. You have Twy, that's the classic Mega Man fan. And me and Twy both love Battle Network, but we didn't have a Star
I
Force
love
fan.
Battle Network too.
I think Battle Network's like the most like agreeable one, weirdly enough. I think everyone.
yeah,
I'm the odd one out.
I actually enjoy a lot of the stuff right here. Of course, nowadays I consider myself to be more of like the Star like the Mega Man adjacent games like Gravity Rush.
Gravity Rush.
Oh, that
yes, Gravity Rush. It's up there with
Gravity Circuit. That's the name. Gravity Circuit.
Gravity Circuit, dude. That game is baller.
It's right up there with relatively Blakefist. There we go.
I also like Gunvolt too.
Gunvolt is awesome. I haven't played all of the games. I played the first two, and
the third one was a little bit more complicated for me, especially since they decided to change the protagonist.
Battle Network Legacy Collection on sale on Steam. I'm pretty sure I bought all of them on Steam. I'm pretty sure I have them. I've meaning to stream them. I just haven't been streaming because I have been suffering in the Volume 7 writing mines. And
I hear that. I haven't been streaming myself because I'm trying to make new assets, and my back has been killing me as of late.
No. I was going to stream last week, but it was my mother's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let us continue this video.
As time went on and the internet happened, the term Mary Sue spread outside of the Star Trek fandom and into everywhere. Mainstream fandom discourse.
I'm pretty sure it spread before that. Because, like, the fanfiction communities were more interlinked.
Hold on. If we follow his logic, then it wasn't just from the Star Trek fandom. It was before. He just went through that to prove that.
Yeah.
I think he's referring specifically to the term, but I'm taking issue with the fact that the term would have escaped the Star Trek fandom decades before the internet became the common common ground of consensus for fandoms. Like, there's fan fiction magazines were like freaking hotcakes back in the day. So it's not something that would have stayed within there. I get what he's getting for that. Once it hit the internet, it probably exploded again. But I cannot believe for a second that it stayed within the Star Trek community all that long. I give it a decade and it would have gone out easily.
Definitely not. Because like these things, fan fiction before the invention of the internet or the public invention of the internet was spread through magazines. So people would have read different magazines and they would have found these concepts eventually and spread them to different magazines for different fandoms.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll also be able to point out Wesley Crusher from TNG was a pretty infamous Gary Stu. Yep.
Yes.
He wasn't as bad as a lot of later ones would get in like official media, but he was up there.
Mulan from the live action movie would also.
Oh my fucking god! I forgot she existed. I think I forgot that film existed because it's it was built next to a concentration camp, and I don't want to celebrate that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an affront to whatever god we pray to,
or whatever god we don't pray to. In Twilight's case.
Yes.
Or a Mary Sue, a specific reference to a specific type of character in Star Trek. It became more vague. Was the competency to keep?
No. It wasn't a reference to a specific character in Star Trek. It was a like initially it was, but it became a common term within the Star Trek community to describe that type of character.
Yeah,
like it was picked up as a term before. It was picked up as a common term that was disassociating from that character long before it hit the internet.
If I'm not mistaken, earlier in this video, he acknowledged that the Trekkie's Tale was a parody of like that kind of character type. So like it couldn't have originated from unless he's saying that it is a parody of Star Trek fan fiction in general, as though to imply, even though he's literally just stated that this character has been in other things outside of Star Trek.
I mean, he already highlighted it was specifically for the tropes that he highlighted.
Yeah, yes. It's weird to like say that this is a parody of like that trope and say that like it also originated from Star Trek, I guess.
Well, this is going back to the it didn't exist before it was named thing. So he's trying to say simultaneously that because these things existed before the term Mary Sue came out, therefore once Mary Sue as a term was invented, suddenly the definition of a Mary Sue has changed, even though there was no definition of a Mary Sue prior to that, because you're just making shit up at this point.
Part of being a Mary Sue, or just the personality? Was it the way people reacted to the Sue, or the power they possessed. Do Sues even need to be an...
No, it was people.
No.
It wasn't anything about people reacting to the Sues. It was all about the Sues themselves and how they were written. That's what it was.
Right.
author avatar? This...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna
Yeah.
say it's also not even about the power that the Sue had either, because from the chick you were talking about from A Trekkie's Tale,
She didn't have
her
any
being
powers.
incredibly
She was
Yeah.
incredibly well. She was incredibly skilled, apparently, but like she didn't have any magic power. I guess power within the narrative. I don't know.
Yes, power within the narrative, because Mary Sue was too young to be a commander or whatever level she was at the time for her age, and she had everyone essentially under her thumb because they were all in love with her. That is an incredible amount of power. And yes, he is going to conflate a Mary Sue with a self-insert by... I'm pretty sure he is going to say, how dare you yuck someone's yum by having them, by like tut-tutting their power fantasies and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
In which
God,
case I would say,
Lily.
and it's only a valid power fantasy if you never let that fanfic leave your personal computer. Once it is out there, it is... it's my problem now.
Well, I was gonna say, like,
Oh.
you are allowed to have it. You're allowed to put it out there. One,
Sure.
there is no guarantee people are going to read it because a lot of people can see the red flags a mile away about it being a Mary Sue. Two,
Yep.
if people go into it expecting one kind of work and don't get what they want, and in fact come out thinking that there is a problem, they're going to say something about it, and you just have to be prepared for that. Like, you just... Once you put things out there, sure, you can still have it. There's no one going to force you to take it down unless it somehow violates a law somewhere, which I don't know how you would end up doing that exactly, at least in the States.
Lily Orchard found a way.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. But, like, at the end of the day, no one's trying to get these things destroyed. They're just criticizing it, which you're allowed to do. So,
Now,
Yeah.
granted,
Or just
people can
joking on
go...
it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, like it's one of these big problems that I have with the modern idea of fanfic as just being something purely
It's
for
beyond
yourself.
reproach.
Yeah, it's beyond reproach. You're not allowed to criticize it. You're upsetting somebody for just having a hobby and all this kind of stuff, and it's like you're putting something out into a public space that is meant specifically for yourself and your own gratification, be it power fantasies, sexual gratification, what the fuck ever, however you want to spin that. But as soon as you put it in someone else's hands, it is no longer only yours. And now you are trying to say that another person who is reading it must enjoy it.
And even then, I agree that there are ways in which people can get really, really rancid and crazy in reaction to, fan fictions that have badly written, like Mary Sue's or whatever. There's an entire video by Izzy's, I think that's her name, talking about the history of that, which was actually very interesting.
Oh, that picture that I
that-
sent in the chat predates that video by decades. That picture was from an old Mary Sue quiz from back in the day. I don't even think that website exists anymore. The quiz, I think, is still around, but it's now put onto another website because the original one was shut down.
Adam Damman 678. I'm not going to pronounce your name ever correctly. My big fear is accidentally making a Mary Sue. That is honestly, that's a big fear too. Especially like in like I have that. Like if you read The Artificer, I'm not going to hide it. I do think that the main character in The Artificer sometimes skews a little towards that, and I try to have balances out, but I don't know if they always work. There are some people that very much don't like my first novel like that. My first real novel. But like it's all about making sure there's consequence to the actions taken. Adam Daman. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
Honestly speaking, you shouldn't worry about making a Mary Sue or anything. Like, if it's your first work, it's not going to be perfect. If it's just something that's going to be for fun, it's not a big deal. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about that sort of thing because, again, the term is nebulous to a lot of people. And just because someone may say, oh, this is a Mary Sue, that doesn't make it true.
Wait,
Yeah,
don't
just
worry
be
about it.
prepared for the
What's important
criticism
is
and improve.
Very much how you carry yourself is very much important on the online space. Like, if you just post a fic that ends up having a Mary Sue in it, completely willy-nilly with no context around it, and like it has a very serious title, it may come off as you're like legitimately trying, and people will criticize you more harshly. If you say, hey, this is my first fic, I'm looking for feedback, don't be like begging for feedback. Just be like, hey, first fic, I'm giving this a shot, trying to be serious with it. Give me some feedback. Be harsh on me. People will be much, much more agreeable. Be like, okay, you made a mistake here. You made a mistake here. Here's how come this doesn't work. Some of them will be wrong. A lot of them will be right. They'll basically point you in the right direction. Or if you just lay back and be like, I wrote this because I just don't give a fuck and I wanted to write something fun that I enjoy. People will be like, all right. Great.
Yeah, they're less likely
leave you
to
alone.
really go ham on you at that.
It's reverse psychology. The more that you try to hide the fact that you don't want criticism, the harsher people are going to be with criticizing your work because they can smell the fear on you. But if you tell people, hey, I actually enjoy criticism, you're going to actually get less criticism, or your criticism is actually going to be very gentle.
It's going to be higher quality and much more gentle because people understand that they don't need to come at you hostilely because you're not being like, it's like walking up and being like, I came to enter this kingdom. Why is there a massive wall and no gate? As opposed to, the gate's open and like the guards are very nice to me. Yeah, I'll be very polite and just do my business. Like,
yeah, just don't be too self-serious, really.
Yeah.
That's all you
relax,
really need to do.
Kind of wiggle it out. Like, any sport, if you're too tense, you're just going to strain yourself.
Wiggle.
All right, enough giving advice to chat.
Yeah. And enough of you, chat. We no longer need you.
Let's just start getting like
your
$50.
money. Accept your money.
Yeah, we accept your money. We still need
your viewership too. Don't leave.
5 more minutes for $50.
Oh no, dude, we're not doing Dark Side Phil.
Oh god.
It became very complicated, especially in certain spaces where we started seeing different tropes and versions and iterations of the Mary Sue. In fact, I think OSP, Overly Sarcastic Productions, even has their interpretation of what a Mary Sue is, which I think is very interesting.
The story still only exists to serve the image of the character. No matter the skin, the Mary Sue makes the story boring around them. A story with a Sue at its core is written as though the Sue is the center of the universe. We're supposed to accept at face value that they're the most interesting, most important character in the story, because that's the starting point of their character. Not their backstory, not their motivation, just how invested we're supposed to be. And I think fundamentally that's what makes a Sue a Sue.
We're not going to necessarily work
That's
with...
a very consistent definition to the one on Merriam-Webster and on Wikipedia and what we have said.
Yeah.
And
Surprisingly, a lot of other
YouTubers that
YouTubers.
talk about it.
It's a guy's like, oh my god, I'm watching a good video. Okay, I think OSP's Mary Sue definition is on there. I think also on our list. I think also her fridging episode is interesting.
Yeah, it's all on our list.
Because here's an interesting thought for you, chat. Was Uncle Ben fridged? Think about that.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, let's get back into this, because that was a consistent definition from OSP. I generally like OSP's content. They can be hit or miss, but it's a good citation here.
That as the framework, but we may lift from it with our working definition that we're going to hope to form. What made it more interesting was how, at this point in time, we started to see tropes outside of Star Trek influence our perspective of the Sue. The Mary Sue stereotype of the 2000s was a cross between Sephiroth from Final Fantasy and Shadow the Hedgehog. These extremely distinct and unusual tropes and traits all mashed together. We got our angel wings, our giant swords, our battle scars from who knows where, our tragic, disturbing, dark backstory.
Isn't there like a Mary Sue already that someone cooked up that's like a perfect... I mean, literally just use Mary Sue. Why are you using this? Well, I guess because she's glittering pink. We have to have...
Well, I like how he took two male characters that were in the realm of the Gary Stu element of fan fiction, the edgy edgelord section and just turned it into a magical girl.
No, listen,
Honestly
it's two
speaking, I don't
negatives
think
make
that
a
actually would
positive.
apply to these two characters.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
No.
this is still too bright and colorful because, like, this is no ebony, dark, Ravenway, whatever. This is
Enemy, Darkness, Dementia, Ravenway. Get it right.
no, I refuse.
Yes.
For my money,
Don't besmirch
Don't
my
besmirch
lady.
my
there are three
queen.
factors out there.
Vampire
Based on my
Potter.
readings, based on what I've seen, that I think really hammer home what a Mary Sue is. Struggle, likability, and plot derailment. Now,
Struggle, likability, and plot derailment. That last one certainly has feet in our area, but not quite.
Mm-hmm.
Where was
well,
this
yeah,
editing
plot-
before? Where was this editing before?
Yeah. Struggle, I'm not sure, because usually Mary Sue's have a lack of struggle in their lives, or
It's
what is
usually
I
a
think that might be
domino
what you-
set up to fall down for them. Like if there's a
Yes.
if there's a plot threat, it's like, oh, we have to. Oh my God, he's sick with the magic sickness, and it's like, oh, don't worry, I'm Mary Sue. I have the miracle drug, and it will cure him of the magical sickness. And it's like,
Or-
oh, thank you so much. You are so great and wonderful.
or it's specifically used in order to woobify the Mary Sue and make people love
Yeah.
her even more.
They try too hard to make her struggle with something. It's so overblown, and yet it doesn't have any consequence.
Oh my God, it's my father. No.
I literally had to deal with a character in a role play that was like this. She was a terrible Mary Sue. She was the daughter of like the richest man in the town. She could sew her own outfit in the 15-minute drive in the limousine to school every single morning. Her father had like DID, so he was both like the loving, doting father, but also simultaneously a horrible, abusive man. She had a tragic backstory where she was the only survivor of her family in a car crash where her mother and her twin sister died. She had like the that skin condition where your skin grows whiter, and then her sister was like the direct inverse of that. But she died tragically. She also had magical powers about the ability to like rewrite reality. So she yeah, she used it specifically to like right herself whenever she trips. So like if she trips, then she can just rewrite reality so she is no longer falling, unless specifically it is meant to make her woobified in some way.
What the hell?
Yes.
Okay, I was
This
gonna
is
say,
literally-
like, I at least I had a brain click when you mentioned she can sew a dress on the drive over to school in 15 minutes. It's like, all right, here's an interesting idea. She sews it, but it only gets partially done because, like, she, it's just not possible. Like, physically, it's impossible. So she walks into school in this like, kind of half-sewn dress, and for, like, the rest of the day, she's sewing it more and more into together. And I was like, that's a really fun idea. She has no shame about the fact that she's in a half-stitched dress. She's just working on it because she likes it. Like remember this, guys. The rule that came to mind is flaw is fun. If she can't succeed right away, but she's willing to live with the consequences and work on it, that's a more interesting story than she just does it.
I forgot
Very much.
that another character that this person was also writing, who was dealing with another one of my characters, he came to her specifically because she was able to write up a legal document so that he would be able to look after another character that I was playing. Just arbitrarily, she can make legally binding documents for people.
Why?
Okay, so the at least in the U.S. sense, what's fun about that is, technically speaking, a lot of bullshit can just be a legally just agreeing to something with someone out loud as a verbally spoken agreement can be legally binding. I understand what you're going for. Like, it's a full-on legal document, probably like a full lawyer's
Yes,
speech.
it was a full-on
Yeah.
legal document.
But I find that
lawyer
amusing because,
would
like,
have to-
literally anyone can. You can just write a note that says, I hereby give Franklin $20 for the work he did me. I've signed here, Franklin has signed here, we've dated it, and we both have a copy. It's like, that's legally binding.
Yeah,
Listen, I
no,
360 no scope this guy in Call of Duty, so he owes me $50.
that's what I thought was going to happen, but her character had to be like, no, I have to like get lawyers involved. I'm gonna go over to our classmate to have it done.
Wait, since why is this form written in crayon? Wasn't that like a Better Call Saul moment where he had to actually like on the fly go into a bathroom and write like a subpoena?
That was actually, I got like the full series on Blu-ray just a little bit ago in the mail, so I know the scene that you're talking about, but yeah, like it was. He found like that one of the retirement homes was like committing fraud, and they were currently like
withholding
shredding the documents that were proof of that, and he didn't want to leave because otherwise they might like lock the door and prevent him from getting back into the premises. So he literally went into the bathroom and then started writing up a giant subpoena on the toilet paper as it was,
and he presented it, and it holds.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm sorry for derailing the conversation, but I had to tell you the story about the Mary Sue that I had to deal with in roleplay.
It's fun. It's like that. That's sort of the point of this. If we kind of strike this, and we'll just be here for the next several years. Anyway, speaking of the struggle.
Yes.
The struggle, I think, is most important. Power.
So you can
is
do
power.
outline.
Superman has incredible power, but he often struggles to address the conflicts in his story because often they can't be solved by just punching something really hard in the face. So all those powers might help Superman address the real conflict, but the powers do not remove the weight of the conflict.
I feel like
Your
I live in a
PSA to
world
watch
that-
Superman versus the Elite.
Always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone.
Whereas someone like the Doctor from Doctor Who, he can walk up to an alien and tell him, "Oh, just look me up."
Is this world protected?
Okay, that's a dangerous example because we're getting into the Moffat era of Doctor Who, and as that goes on, the Doctor starts to slip more and more into Mary Sudom, or Gary Sudom.
I want to point something out as well. The reason why we have to consider this to be like, I don't really jive with these examples, mainly because both of these examples have had many, many writers with many, many interpretations with them, because you can't really, you can have like similar elements in it, but everything is going to be different. Because like, let's use Batman for example. Like in one comic a long time ago, he just hated jazz music, or in another comic, he actually used a gun to
rock
kill
music.
someone.
My God.
No, I would not be. I would not be surprised if like
God.
there is. It would surprise me to the sum of zero if there was an iteration of either Doctor Who or Superman that actually was a Mary Sue, or just poorly written in general. It's hard.
Golden Age.
Yeah.
That is the problem with these immortal characters that have existed for literal decades, is that you're going to get different people writing them, and depending on whether or not that writer is a good writer or a bad writer, that's going to affect how they're seen. But that's the problem with these characters, is Doctor Who, Superman, all of these characters, they are outliers to the vast, vast, vast majority of the 99% of other characters out there. So they're not really comparable.
Or sometimes you just make a deal with the devil to get your dead aunt back.
Oh God, don't.
Yeah, it'd probably be better to use like a different example of an overpowered character that doesn't solve everything. Like Saitama. Like that was made in the past. What was it? 20 years, less than 20 years actually. So
it's also the fact, like, back to my point, like, again, like there are several different authors. It'd be better to use an example from like a singular work right here. Like, for example, maybe, I don't know, Demon Slayer with Tanjiro. I mean, technically speaking, he's a boring character if you really think about it. I'm probably just like I'd probably paint a target on my back and I don't care. Like, Demon Slayer can be good, but Tanjiro ain't around the reasons why.
I was gonna say, like, someone brought up Goku being a Mary Sue. I actually disagree with that.
No,
And I don't even like, I'm not like a huge DBZ fan, but like watching up through the Cell saga, Goku lost a lot. Goku's like main thing is how strong he is as a fighter, but like he loses fights a lot. He learns from his mistakes, builds himself back up. It's literally just the underdog story. The underdog loses, he works hard, and he builds back up to actually being able to win. Like, there are other problems with DBZ that I have, but like, I don't think Goku is a Mary Sue, especially in the initial sagas. Keep talking, says, don't get me started on All-Star Batman.
A long time ago, talking about how Goku was a Mary Sue, and it gave reasons. One of them was he doesn't eat vegetables.
That
fun fact,
it. You know what, guys? We have a working definition now.
It just means that he doesn't have a lot of fiber and that he's probably clogged up.
I mean, that's why he died by cholesterol in the DBZ Abridged series.
Yeah. Someone says, keep talking says, don't get me started on All-Star Batman and Robin. Don't get me started. So I was going to say, like, are we going to have Robin eat rats? Okay, Lightbringer. That's a deep fucking cut.
Lightbringer. It's me,
oh God,
the Lightbringer.
Oh God, now I'm reminded of like this one scene from a Batman comic where he painted an entire room himself.
Gold.
Robin all
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's All-Star. That's All-Star Batman and Robin. He does that.
Yeah.
He had like a glass of lemonade and everything just to fuck over the Green Lantern. It's bizarre, man.
Let's see. Which Kamen Rider happens to be a Mary Sue?
Yes.
Damn you, DK.
Okay.
I was about
the only
to say
thing that he
DK,
sucks at, the only thing that he sucks at is taking pictures. That if you want a Japanese like Mary Sue, I would have to say Decade is one for that.
I heard that Wizard is also one, right?
We were talking about before stream. We were talking about Sinbad.
Right, Sinbad's an excellent example. Although we should note that Sinbad is used that way for a purpose, and that is an interesting caveat to the Mary Sue. Is that where is the line between a Mary Sue and someone who starts out a protagonist that seems like a Mary Sue, but then winds up becoming an antagonist that the main characters have to overcome? That's an interesting thing, and it's very rarely seen done.
Yes. And something that I had always wondered, like, what to break down or lampshade the concept of a Mary Sue, how would you go about that? And I think one of the only really proper ways to do that, not saying that this is the only way, but one of the only proper ways to do it is to ultimately make that Mary Sue a villain character.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Because like literally the main caveat pretty much a majority of people who always talked about Mary Sue's is that technically villains would count in most cases, except for the fact that because their positions in the story, they're always in the losing side.
We should clarify. We're talking about Sinbad from the show Magi.
Yes.
We should clarify that Sinbad. We understand. Basically, Magi is.
I was actually thinking you guys were talking about Sinbad the comedian.
I thought you guys were talking about Sinbad as in Knuckles.
Oh my God.
I'm the only one who played
featuring
that
Dante
game.
from Devil May Cry.
No, it was from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Knuckles, the Echidna, was Sinbad.
But yeah, if anyone's interested, Magi actually does the concept of Ruby very well, where it takes fairy tale inspirations. Like I was right in that way.
Yeah, I was so excited when I was showing Raymond Magi for the first time, because I was pointing out how each of the characters was just the characters from Ruby, but actually done well.
Oh my God. Griffith from Berserk. It's actually another good example of a Sinbad-ish kind of deal.
I don't know, because Griffith from Berserk goes through some horrible fucking shit, doesn't he?
He does. But that was like a little bit before his big villain arc.
Well, yeah, but like it informed his big villain arc, right? Like Sinbad, I don't think went through a lot of horrible shit before his villain arc. It was more so that it was just a natural escalation of a conflict, wasn't it?
No, literally the reason why he became the villain of the end of the story is because he got so bored being as powerful as he was that he decided to become the dictator of the world.
Yeah, and like this is where I go with like, why is he maybe not classified a Gary Stu? Well, it's a natural consequence. The man in universe was incredibly fucking powerful. What did that result in? He got bored. He literally, as a character trait, got bored with his all-powerfulness and decided, fuck it, I'm going to entertain myself by just, taking over the world. And that's like, oh,
yeah,
that's kind of a character trait, and it's kind of a horrible one. Dear God, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, and we were talking about how frustrated we both were watching Sinbad for the first time, literally taking over the plot away from the main characters, and the main characters being affected negatively because of that. So, like, it was an intentional aspect of Sinbad's character to make him a Mary Sue in order to affect the other characters and also gradually nudge him into eventually becoming a villain.
Which is why I think it's just ironic that because it was done so intentionally and so well, it raises the question of, is he even considerable as a Gary Stu? Like, intentionally designed as a Gary Stu, but what we see are the natural consequences of his actions, which is kind of what Mary Sue's and Gary Stu's avoid. We don't see the natural consequences of their actions, typically speaking. So it's like, that's kind of the interesting balance there.
Yeah, that is literally the only thing that separates a well-written character who is overpowered and overloved and takes over the story, is whether or not the author is aware of it.
Yeah.
Sora Hart asks, did any of you see Sonic 3? And if so, what did you think so far? So sorry for the random question. I have seen it. I loved it. It's a fun film. I'm not going to say it's necessarily a good film, but it is it's an excellent popcorn film to sit down and have a good time with. It's not smart, but it is fun and it's very heartfelt. And they actually did manage to get Eggman's theme in there, and I was very happy that they did. It was a very small moment, but it was great.
They also got Escape from the City in there too.
Yes, although nice. Only briefly in London, I think it was. It was a really weird spot to put it.
Yeah, it was a really weird cover in there too.
And what you've got to ask is, what happened to them? Hello, I'm the Doctor.
And that deflates the tension right there, because he doesn't have to do anything. He can co-sponsor.
No. I mean, that was the opening episode, and the entire point is, and this is where Moffat gets a lot of leeway early in his run, is that the Doctor has a long history of fucking shit up. Long history. So to be known on the galactic scale as this massive threat, and just walking into the room and saying hey, I'm here, go away or shit is going to get whack for you. That's a really cool way to open it. It's just later on, he starts to fall back on that more and more and more, by the point that a lot of the monsters and aliens should be well, you haven't done this in a very long time. Maybe you're actually just full of shit now.
Yeah. And to be fair, that wasn't even a concept that Moffat had come up with. He was coasting he was coasting a lot after the
Davies.
arc of Davies of the 9th and 10th Doctors.
Yeah, well, although the 10th, to be fair, it actually kind of goes counter to the 10th Doctor a little bit, because the 10th Doctor's whole lesson at the very end was sometimes you can't fix shit. You're just literally the last moment of the 10's life is him realizing, I'm going to have to suck up an entire room full of radiation to save an old man's life. And I'm not going to be able to get out of this. I'm going to regenerate. I'm going to die like I have been trying to avoid. It's oh, yeah. And then basically he regenerates and it's oh yes, I'm just going to say my name and I am going to scare this thing away. It's
and then fan band Chameleon Circuit made a whole ass song out of that one specific moment.
What?
By his reputation.
Crazy.
That's maybe not power in the physical sense, but it's power that ruins the tension of a scene. The Doctor has no superpowers. He can regenerate, yes. He's immortal, yes. But
again, I just want to I know you're ignoring the buildup. You have had decades of storytelling buildup, Anthony, that scene is banking on. So you can't just ignore that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not to mention there are many points in the Doctor's history, even sometimes during the Moffat era, I guess you could call it, where the Doctor goes to a place, like a different point in time or a different universe or a fucking planet or whatever, where they have no idea who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
But that's not the same thing as jumping over a building in a single bound or having laser vision. He has a sonic screwdriver and he has 2 hearts. And somehow he can handle entire war zones and just take care of it on his own. Certain points during the Moffat seasons especially, it gets a little ridiculous what he can handle on his own without really worrying about it. I'd say that's more Mary Sue-ish than Superman having massive power, even though
it depends on the individual instances, and it's a building conundrum. And again, Twy makes a good point. Especially, unlike the Doctor, Superman, like the main continuity of Superman is always in flux because they reset the universe so many fucking times, and there's so many spin-offs. So it's there's no consistency with Superman, at least in the main line. And like even then, if there is, you can criticize it based upon the individual writers. With Moffat and with previous Doctors, it's building upon pre-established history that must maintain itself. So it's like, it's apples to oranges, frankly.
It really is. Like, it's not really fair to compare these immortal characters that have been in media for 70 plus years or however long they've been around and compare them to characters that have one show.
That one example is
one
iffy
book
because it's all 13.
You know what I would think would be a better
50th
example than just like you know what I think would be a better example than just like the Doctor scaring aliens and stuff like that. If you want to use him, the fact that David Tennant came back as the Doctor a number of times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that ultimately breaks the entire continuity and the rules of the Doctor.
Like, I was gonna say, like, how many David Tennant Doctors are there now? I want to say there's 2.
I thought there were 2.
3.
Because there was the one that formed from his arm.
Mm-hmm.
There's the one was that the one that he left with Rose in the alternate dimension?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. Then the main one went off and did his thing. Do we count his daughter?
I would count the daughter as a different person, even if she is technically a clone. But he did also regenerate back into 10.
Yeah. Because after Jodie Whittaker, when they were going between what's his face, Shutigawa, and it's like did they ever explain why that happened?
I don't pay attention to Doctor Who anymore. I quit halfway through Capaldi's era.
But then, because of a weird time-space distortion, they just duplicated the Doctor and gave him a free TARDIS, and it was like, oh yeah, you get to live the rest of your life now with...
that sounds to me will be a better example of using the Doctor as a Mary Sue, because it ultimately just breaks the entire world for the convenience of the Doctor.
Now we have 2 Doctors. Literally 2 Doctors exist simultaneously with no causality to it. It's like, what the fuck? So wait, if that Tennant dies, does he regenerate? Does he regenerate into another Shutigawa? Does he regenerate into a different... Like, there's a lot of questions there that, like, the natural consequences of aren't being asked by the writer. It's like, it's just done because they want to give the fandom something like like, I guess what people were asking for, but no one was asking for.
It's fan service.
Yeah. It's almost like a Mary Sue is a result of bad writing.
Oh, fuck. No, you know, even better, Donna Noble in that series is a Mary Sue beyond him. Because suddenly, like, she somehow survives. They find a way to make her survive this horrible curse that was basically put on her. And because of that, she has all this knowledge, and her daughter can just be... I don't know, man. It's fucking... No, yeah. The Doc with Rose is just a man. Yeah, no, that's fine. That was actually, and they were trapped in a different dimension. So Rose and the original Doctor that loved her could never see her again. That was a tragic ending that was sort of happy. It was bittersweet because Rose would be happy, but the Doctor we knew wouldn't be. Like, there was a tragic angle to that.
Clara.
I dropped off after a point with Clara.
Because she, like, literally the only reason why she existed was the one gimmick of being the impossible girl. And, like, after that, she just continued to stick around.
Fuck. Do not bring up the timeless child. Fuck that noise. That is by far one of the deepest character assassinations I have ever seen in my life.
That's the 13th Doctor, isn't it?
Whittaker.
Yeah, my only familiarity with my main familiarity with Doctor Who is just videos from JYCT. I've not watched enough.
Basically, to anyone that doesn't know, they basically retconned and said, "Oh, the Doctor was the very first Gallifreyan, a mysterious child that was found and discovered to have regeneration powers that the Gallifreyans took and used for themselves, and so the Doctor is the original Gallifreyan thing, but not even they know where the Doctor." It's just like, fuck off. Fuck. Like, the Doctor also had a bunch of previous generations that they didn't know about, even though we have actual recorded history of the Doctor's childhood. Who's your most
What were you going to say, MangaKamen?
Well, I was going to say that I would feel like the fact that, like, this would be a better example because it's actually warping the actual canon to fit what the writer wants to happen. That would be more of, like, what you would use for, like, the struggle right here for me, if you ask me, because if you're just basically changing the lore to make it fit via retcon or even just, like, changing the rules and breaking them, like Bane broke Batman's back into, that would be more of a signifier of being a Mary Sue than using reputation against aliens, because you get, like you said, like, I disagree with, like, eventually it wouldn't work. I would say it would still work because the Doctor's going through time, and not everyone's going to know exactly what happened in each previous episode,
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at, because a Mary Sue warps the reality around them. And just being like, and I feel like that would have been a better example with the Doctor Who right here.
Curse Knight is asking, who's your most hated favorite favorite Mary Sue in fanfic? Oh,
I think the biggest one I remember is a Ruby and Mega Man X crossover, where
Mega Man X. I'll be right back too. Yeah, a drink.
Continue. The Ruby girls found X and Zero in abandoned, like, wreckages, because I guess the timeline of Mega Man X just existed in Remnant. It was just before them. And X woke up and is incredibly fucking overpowered because he can copy everyone's semblance abilities.
Oh god.
Now I've got your power. Barrelman punches him.
Yeah, he literally copies Weiss's, like, summoning and basically summons the supporting characters from Mega Man X command missions. Cinnamon, Massimo, and what's her name? Marno, I think, the one everybody really likes because she's a...
Look out, he's got the smash ball.
What about you, MangaKamen? Who's your favorite Mary Sue in
least favorite
in fanfic, or least favorite?
I have stopped reading fan fiction a long time ago, but I can tell you one that I remember very clearly from back in the day with Yu-Gi-Oh! There was a Yu-Gi-Oh! GX fan fiction called Rising Stars. It basically had the main character be a Mary Sue because she had a deck that was, one, unique to her, two, had the ability to make combinations out of cards, no matter if it were spell, monster, or trap, and it would have no cost. The cards would go back into her deck, and essentially it would be a get-out-of-jail-free card no matter what. And to make it even better, she had an alter ego where she became even more powerful when she got mad. Then she had another alter ego where she was essentially just high. and would still be overpowered. And then the only time she ever lost was to the big bad, like the Kaiser, who was essentially just a guy named Vladimir who was just like a stereotypical strongman Russian.
Kaiser, Kaiser, I didn't know you were a Mary Sue slayer.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, car breaks you.
In Yu-Gi-Oh! Card breaks you, yes.
That's exactly how we talked.
Izanagi009 says you complain about Mary Sue deck, but man, current YGO is insane deck-wise. Yes.
No. At least with the current meta, cards can go to the graveyard and they can be banished because a lot of the cards can be effed up by one single 10-cent card called Dimension Shifter. These cards, it didn't matter if they were banished, it didn't matter if they went to the graveyard, they would just be shuffled back into the deck as soon as she did her frickin' rune reading. And then she'd get to be able to draw 5 new cards just to get everything back to normal.
Wow. What's your favorite or least favorite Mary Sue, Raymond?
You know, I was thinking it over while I was getting my drink. There are 2 that come to mind. You know, you never forget your first, and I say that in like the first that we read on Bad Fan Fiction Night. So I'm going. First one is definitely Link's Queen.
Shanna! That was gonna be mine!
Yeah, she is amazing in that she gets the entire cast of the Ocarina of Time to cuck themselves. It's great.
Yes.
And then the other one is almost certainly Nisha. My dear Nisha. Oh, yes. Nisha, the lover of fucking Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. This woman wrote herself as a self-insert Mary Sue, and yes, it was a combo. It was a wombo combo. And just the insane shit that her story results in, time traveling back in time to be the lover of Frollo. It was
the best part.
Oh, you go, yo.
The best part about Nisha is that she is dating a racist man as a black woman from the South.
No. It's even worse than that. She's not actually from the South. She's from Indiana. But she,
okay.
But she loves to put on, like, kind of like close to slave play. She puts on a very thick... Yeah, she kind of puts on a thick Southern black woman accent from, like, deep Alabama.
Hell no.
It is
sounding really weird.
It is one of the most bizarre. And not only that, the reason why I love it is that she was part of an entire community of people online that adored and wrote their own OCs who were in a harem relationship with Frollo. But she was so prolific, she basically made herself the main squeeze, even if she was only like number, like, I want to say 7 in
30
line.
something.
Oh, she was number 30
no,
something.
She was,
okay.
Yeah, 30 something. I think. And
also there was a gypsy genocide at one point. Man, it was insane.
Yeah, that wasn't even the biggest harem in the fandom for Hunchback of Notre Dame. That was
King died for this.
Yeah, the largest harem was for what's his name?
Quasimodo?
No. The jester guy.
Right.
Yeah, he had over 200 in his harem.
And they interacted. Like there were like excerpts we come across occasionally. Like, wait, what? That's okay. I guess that's a thing.
Yes, they all agreed to be part of these characters' harems, and they all interacted with each other, and they all more or less got along.
And then Frollo Free kind of ruined it, apparently.
Yeah.
But like to put this in context, I think Hunchback came out right around the time as Internet 1.0. So this is like old ancient internet history that all happened like well before the Tumblr era. Like this is like Tumblr bullshit, but like on crack because there's no control.
This is 1996 to 2000, I believe. Yeah.
Can you please get back to the video because I got dumplings waiting for me soon.
Right. Sorry, we're only 8 minutes in. Okay.
You'd never typically associate the Doctor with the Mary Sue trope because he's essentially just a really smart guy walking into a space without any power.
No what to do because I'm clever.
The
Okay, so
issue
he has
isn't the
conflating
matter of
power
power
skill
levels,
set.
not power scaling we're talking about here. It's what that power can do in order to deflate, not confront, but deflate a conflict. Struggle can also be sometimes hard to
That's
quantify.
agreeable, I think.
A character like
where it's like, you know, deflation of the conflict. I think that's a fair thing that a lot of Mary Sues end up doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Here we go. Now we're getting into my wheelhouse now.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Death Note.
Is in many ways a power fantasy. Any name he writes in his Death Note
He's
dies.
not.
No,
That's
he's
not
not.
really. I think if Death Note, if Light Yagami and Death Note is a fantasy for you, I think you might need to see a psychiatrist.
I was about to say.
No, I can kind of see it in the terms of like, oh, I wish I had the ability, like you're driving down the street and you're like get road rage or anything like that. Man, I wish I could just blow that guy's head off. It's like,
No.
I get that.
I understand that, but at the same time, like the entire part of like the second half of Death Note is to showcase that Kira isn't a god or a power fantasy. He's just a spoiled brat.
Well, that's what we call a subversion of that idea. Is that not like you set up the actual thing to subvert it later?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he's a power fantasy, too, because most of the time, like, even Ryuka even pointed out, like, most humans probably wouldn't even write even one name down in the notebook.
Yeah, there's that, too.
L is his perfect counter. Someone who exploits Light's pride and eagerness to prove himself, to get Light to expose himself. Light starts off with one of the biggest advantages he ever could have, but because L lures him into killing someone on live television, broadcast in his local area, something that only he would see.
No, hold up. That is not how that worked. Like, one of the first things that tipped L off to even do this plan was because of Light experimenting and even using, like having, like, the hostage situation, you know?
Yeah.
Because then everyone started having heart attacks, and that was one of the first things that happened that L even noticed. Then he came up with this plan.
Okay. I think that's fair. Fair counter.
Look, I'm sorry, okay? I am...
Oh, bad.
No, it's fine.
Why do you think I have manga in my name? I am a manga expert in this.
We're gonna have some stuff to say about, like, his section about Ray, so, like, no judgments there, man.
Light gives L
you can
a
go off. We
massive
went off
advantage.
long enough.
Light may be incredibly skilled and clever, but his pride ultimately leads him to making mistakes. Light and L are the only people who can make the others struggle.
It's almost like that's a character flaw that basically cuts... Well, I guess he's not saying he's a Mary Sue, but we'll see.
And that's interesting, because despite the power, it does not deflate the conflict. Meanwhile, with a Mary Sue...
Okay.
It's the edge of the world. We're all gonna die. Run for your lives. It's the end of humanity as we can possibly stop.
I remember this video. I think.
What? Did her sneeze just... Oh, I hate allergy season.
Then, there's likability. A character...
Okay, what was even the point of bringing up Death Note, then?
Yeah.
Well, he was giving...
Was it like just supposed to be like, hey, here's a character who's like really powerful, but here's the reasons why he's not a Sue is because he has flaws, and here's what an actual Mary Sue looks like. I think.
Yeah, he was comparing a well-written character to a Mary Sue.
But that wouldn't work because you're comparing a very serious character to what is actively a joke.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's actually.
Yeah. It's a caricature.
Yeah, it's a caricature.
Yeah, because
it's literally trying to say like Superman versus Saitama. Saitama's in a comedy.
I would genuinely
it's the same thing like comparing like, I don't know, a character from like Dragon Ball Z fighting against the characters in regular show. It's you're facing
I would like to sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Let him speak.
Yeah, let me cook. The point is, like, if you're going to make a comparison, you can't use comedy-based things, especially with a topic like this, because comedy in and of itself is meant to be over-exaggerated for the sake of comedy. Like, there's a Sentai show I've been watching, it's the recent one, and they have powers that, in one of the first episodes, they're able to use, like, a blade that extends an enemy all the way around the world just so the guy can slash him again. And it's like, that's just done for comedic sake, and it's like you wouldn't expect that in like a very serious show because it's for gags. It's supposed to be just for comedic entertainment. So when you make a comparison to Light, you should probably take a more serious example right here.
Yeah, exactly. What I was gonna say is Izanagi. Well, first, Izanagi says this video is confusing me so much, which yeah, I get that. What I was gonna say is like, Anthony, was that supposed to be a joke, or was that supposed to be serious analysis? And that's where like the lines are being crossed here. It's like you started out with actually a very decent serious analysis of like, here's the setup, here's why he's not, even if there were some incorrect statements made, here's why it is not a Gary Stu. And then you follow it up with a joke, like it's a punchline.
Yeah,
I'm confused what you want me to get from that. So I guess all that analysis earlier was just to set up the joke.
Oh, you know what would have been a better example for this? He should have used the live action version of Death Note.
Okay,
which one?
However, I counterpoint that
the English one, you know, with the one with Willem Dafoe in it.
But dude, we just talked about how you shouldn't use a comedy.
I think
intentional comedy should not be used.
I think that ultimately he was saying, like, because Light is a well-written character, there's a lot of stuff that goes into getting the characters where they need to go. Whereas a Mary Sue can just do something effortlessly because they are so perfect and powerful.
Yeah, that's why I say he should use the live action version of Light from the the English version one, because if you ever saw that, you would know that it's really over the top, and it just like they had to change the entire rule set of the original Death Note to make it work.
Yeah, for the ending to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
The ending was absolutely.
I remember the ending, and I'm having a good time over here. I'm pretty sure the reaction is still on Batman's channel.
Like, I'm not against him like using this example, but if you want to do that, you had a very, very good example, because you could consider like the main Light from the English live action as a Mary Sue, because despite him fucking up everything, he still wins in the end, despite everything wrong.
Here's what I think. Like, and I think those are all very good points, but I think that because like the ideal thing to do would be to compare it to a real character who is in some way a Mary Sue in some. And I don't know if Anthony actually believes if like any characters are Mary Sue's based, because I want to say that like one of his criticisms in his YouTube critics video about the whole Mary Sue thing was that it was primarily a critique that is used out of sexism or something like that. I'm genuinely curious if he will ever give an example of a character that he actually believes is a Mary Sue, or if it's going to be limited to exclusively caricatures or parodies like this character or Lieutenant Mary
that's
Sue.
an interesting approach that he's using. He's using the auspice of defining a Mary Sue in order to prove that there isn't a such thing as a Mary Sue.
I don't think it's working very well, but
it's not working very well.
Fish and mailed.
Okay, well, let's go.
Being likable is not inherently a Mary Sue trait. A lot of characters are likable. Some people are just charismatic in real life. But the trait that is Mary Sue-ish is when a character's charms affect people with minimal effort, who frankly should not be charmed.
Mr. Spock came onto the bridge. What are you doing in the command seat, Lieutenant? The captain told me to. Flawlessly logical. I admire your mind.
And usually this is a universal trait. Everyone's charmed, everyone's affected by them, etc. They don't have to work, they don't have to have common experiences. No one gets on the wrong foot with them. Everyone's kind of like immediately, I love this person, they are fantastic. But that isn't inherently a Mary Sue trait itself either. How it all comes down is how this charm influences the conflict of a story. The Pride and Prejudice started with Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy just immediately charming each other and falling in love without any conflict. It kind of makes the book kind of meandering at that point, because there's no issue here. There has to be some tension, some idea of them not seeing eye to eye. Perhaps we need a different example. Fruits Basket is one of the...
All right. First of all, like, you did not give enough detail on Pride and Prejudice for someone who has not read it. You're just they fell in love at the very beginning. Yeah, you know what's difficult sometimes? starting a relationship, being in a relationship, and going all the way through to marriage and then afterwards. There's a lot of tension that can come there from other sources other than just the relationship, even if the relationship is the heart of the story. So
Like
I'm wondering.
Pride and Prejudice?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pride and Prejudice, but like, I don't know anything about it. I just know it's a very long, meandering book. That's all I know about it.
The whole point of Pride and Prejudice, as someone who hasn't read it but understands it, is that she has a big fucking character flaw that prevents her from getting with the guy that she is bound to get with, and that is that she has biases and prejudices. It's almost like it's in the fucking title.
Okay, but let's see what he tries to say about fucking Toru. All right.
I knew that he was going to use Fruits Basket.
Okay.
Yeah, but he might use it as a positive example.
I no, because like that's he's citing Pride and Prejudice as the positive, isn't he?
Unless
I
he's
don't
giving
know.
more positives.
Maybe,
I'm not
we'll
entirely
see.
sure if
That point, because
I've never met anyone who has ever used Toru as an example of a Sue.
Honestly, it
There
does
has to
feel
be
like
some-
he's just trying to use these examples to disprove that there aren't any Mary Sues, but at the same time, it's like...
yeah.
it
Well, once we
feels
actually
like-
get into some
Okay,
of the-
well, hey, look, one well-written character and another well-written character. Oh, interesting. They're not Mary
Wait,
yeah.
Sues.
I feel like it's going to
Wait,
start
he
to fall
didn't-
apart when we get to characters like Ray or characters that are actually Mary Sues that he's going to have defenses for.
Yeah, we'll
Oh, you know,
see.
he's not
So I
gonna
will
that
say to
doesn't-
give him a caveat with the Pride and Prejudice thing, he did say that like, oh, because of the fact that like did he say that the book was bad or something?
He said it was meandering,
Meandering.
I think.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to misquote him, but you get the idea.
tension, some idea of them not seeing eye to eye. Perhaps we need a different example.
Okay.
Fruits Basket is one of the top-selling shoujo manga of all time, and its title character, Toru, is incredibly likable. The whole cast of characters falls in love with her immediately, and sometimes they immediately fall in love with her, if you get the drift.
That doesn't...
No,
I
no,
need
that is
you-
just factually wrong.
Please stop. I know what he's doing. He is saying because a character is likable, according to what he thinks, that makes them a Mary Sue. That is not what makes a Mary Sue.
Also, it's not everyone falls in love with her immediately. Like, she
No.
has
Now you
boys
guys
that
know how I
Kyo
feel with Death
definitely
Note.
didn't.
Now you know how I feel with Death Note.
Kyo didn't like her, and then on top of that, you
Yeah.
have the girls at school that thought that she was muscling in on Yuki.
Yeah.
You had, and they actually came up. They were cartoonish at first, but they ended up having actual dimensions. And then you have, what's her face, the horse,
Hiro.
Hiro. Oh, Hiro, yeah. They just like that.
Yeah. There's also Hero, and then
Yeah.
there's
The horse.
What was
who-
it? Kagura.
God, I'm
there-
blanking
yeah,
on a lot of
oh,
their names. Anyway, let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, but
Incredibly
there's
likable.
plenty of
the whole
characters
cast
that
of
didn't like
characters
Toru.
falls in love with her immediately, and sometimes they immediately fall in love with her, if you get the drift. She's very charming, she's kind, she's always listens to others' pain and stories, yet we later find out that her charming front is a front. It's all a means to avoid showing the immense sadness she feels about the loss of her mother, her feelings of
Yes,
isolation,
because-
What do
etc.
you mean later?
Toru, while on the
We learned that from the first chapter.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not the first chapter, but it's like definitely first like 2 or 3 episodes.
First season, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, like
first season.
we don't necessarily learn that it's a front and that she's hiding her deep insecurities. Like the whole reason why she is as well behaved as she is because she is literally afraid that she is going to be abandoned, like her mom almost abandoned her when she was going to commit suicide. But you know.
Right.
Exterior looks like.
At least it's not showing the Dean animation. Okay. Look, I it was not, this 2019 definitely the better adaptation, but there is one episode of the Dean anime that is so fucking good that I highly recommend it. And that's the episode where all the extra girls go over to what's her face's house. Saki? Is that her name?
Yeah, Saki.
They all go
Hanajima.
over to Saki's house, and it's so experimental. I fucking love it. Highly recommend.
Okay.
Like,
also, episode 5.
Oh, episode 5, yeah. Episode 5 is actually, like, you watch that in parallel with the equivalent in the 2019. It actually is, like, the other side of the story. It's really interesting.
Yes. Like she has no troubles. The reality is that she's struggling with losing her mother. Toru at this moment has no reason to live because the reason she lived prior to this, her mother, died in a tragic accident. So now she struggles to find her own place, her own reason to live again. And while she is in a dark moment in her life, she is not giving up hope that one day she will find another reason to live.
But her kindness does come from a place of genuine
singular trait does not a Mary Sue make.
Also,
yeah,
there's
it's
one
got to be
thing I want to
consistent.
point out. There's one thing I want to point out here, and it's more of the editing right here. I can understand using references from other people's videos and such, but at the same time, if you're going to rely on them too much, it kind of feels like you don't really have your own opinion. You're just taking like someone else's interpretation of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's been doing that kind of consistently in this video, you know?
I mean, if someone put something that you thought, like, if you thought someone put it well and, like, better than you could have, like, I kind of get that.
Well, here's the thing. We don't know if he could have done it better himself because I want to know what his interpretation of the character is. I don't want to know what this other person is. I want to know what his thoughts are.
But what if he agrees 100%?
Well, he didn't say that. He's just using it as a reference and using it as a fact.
Okay,
like,
fair enough.
Wouldn't that mean that you...
Yeah, I agree. I think that he doesn't have to constantly use other people's videos as reference. He can use his own words, and even if he thinks that there is a better way that someone can interpret a character, he should still strive to interpret it for himself using his own words, or else
especially if he agrees with it. Especially
Yeah.
if he like agrees with it 100%. Like, why bother just getting the clip? It's literally much easier to just say a line that is equivalent to it and then just move on with the rest of the editing for the video.
Say the line, Bart.
Yeah, exactly. Like, pulling up quotes from other YouTubers would only be much more relevant when you're actively, like, you know, confronting counter arguments to stuff you're talking about.
While she is in a dark moment in her life, she is not giving up hope that one day she will find another reason to live.
But her kindness does come from a place of genuine kindness. She wants to do good so that the world isn't hurt, because she cares deeply for others. And the core conflict of the series is healing the hearts of those who are suffering from pain. The Soma family is cursed. They transform if they're hugged by members of the opposite sex into one of the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac plus the cat. And Toru wants to help these people go through their pain, from abuse to isolation to
I knew he was going to do this. I knew it.
Even in this world of romance, however, Toru's charms aren't enough, because even though Fruits Basket is a shoujo manga with a focus on romance, the characters are all dealing with their deeply seated internal conflicts. And this prevents them from being romantic, because they got to fix themselves before they can fix anyone else.
It's not even about... It's not about romance. Like, yes, in the end, it is a very, very heartfelt romance between two different characters, between Toru and, I'm not going to spoil who, although he kind of already has.
Yeah.
It is still a very heartfelt romance, but the whole story isn't about, oh, we got to get them past that for the romance. It's that by helping people work past their problems, it resulted in the romance forming, because she's just that naturally, it just worked out that way. It was more about helping people not be in pain. That's what the story was about.
Yeah, and because she was able to help them help themselves sort through their own problems. Yeah, they were able to help each other, and they were subsequently able to help her through her issues. But again, like, he's basically conflating feminine traits into being Mary Sue's. This is kind of an underlying thing that he has been hinting at this entire video, is if a woman does something in a feminine way, Mary Sue. Bullshit.
That might be the point he's trying to get at right here, but at the same time, I'm wondering who even thinks this character is a Mary Sue? Like, is there anyone who actually?
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
I think Anthony thinks that she's a Mary Sue.
Then why is he using her as an example then?
more characters that are
okay. Now, in again, we go down to like, is he just bringing up a positive example to contrast it with a negative one? And here's the question: is it going to be a joke?
Where's
like
the
last
negative
time?
one?
Yeah, where is the negative?
That's what I'm waiting on. It's like I'm kind of waiting for a shoe
you
to
gave
drop
us
through.
2 positive examples: the Pride and Prejudice one, and now Fruits Basket.
Unless
which
the Pride and
I don't
Prejudice
mind
one was
having
negative?
multiple examples.
In which case, it wasn't very thorough.
Oh,
I think what he's trying.
I thought
Okay,
it was
here's my
positive.
question, because remember this whole section was about kindness and such like that,
Likability.
and it's likability, and it's like, are we trying to prove that these characters are not in the likability, are not Mary Sue's because they're likable? Because it feels like it's really muddied right here.
I think. Sorry.
And coming in with the steel chair to take the shadow boxing champion belt from
It's WWE in a shadow boxing ring.
I think what he's trying to get at is by saying, from the surface of things, if you just look at this one singular character trait, that is a Mary Sue, because he's literally saying kindness is a Mary Sue makes. But if you look at context, then therefore they have layers to them. Therefore, they are not Mary Sue's. And that is not what anyone says when it comes to Mary Sue's.
The most Mary Sue that she gets isn't really Mary Sue so much as it's just a grand series of cosmic coincidences right at the very beginning of the story, which has been my chiefest complaint about Fruits Basket in all of its iterations. And the irony is, I watched it in reverse progression because Twice showed me the 2019 version. We then watched the original 2001 version, and I had the same complaint, but it was worse in the 2001 version. Then she showed me the manga, and my god, the manga doesn't bother the page. It literally does all the things that I complained about within the span of a single fucking page. It got more and more truncated to the point of hilarity. Like, it was just sort of like, we're just gonna, like, the writer clearly just wanted to start the fucking story and didn't want to do any of the legwork to get there. And it was just so annoying to me. But, like, after that, it was fine.
Yeah.
After that, the entire story is fine.
I'm gonna have to leave right now. I appreciate you guys having me on. It was really nice. I'm sorry I had to leave early.
Well, if you eat your dumplings, we love having you. You can always come back if you want.
I mean, if you guys are gonna be on like a few hours, who knows? But
We'll see.
I really need to get going because the girlfriend and I, we did have some dinner and stuff.
All right.
Yeah, sorry that we
only got 12 minutes in.
Really long tangents.
No, it's fine. I understand that's how podcasts work, and it's understand. I appreciate you guys indulging me on this. Thank you very much.
Do you have anything you want to?
We appreciate you, buddy. Feel free to come by
Also,
anytime.
Anthony, if you are watching this, I do want to say that I disagree with a lot of your takes, but I respect you as a creator, and I hope I wasn't too harsh. And if I was, I do apologize. It's all good fun.
And Anthony, if you're listening, fuck you, pay me.
Didn't he do that already?
Yeah, he did.
Fuck you, pay him again.
All right. I will see you guys later. Have a good night, okay?
Yeah.
Good night.
Night, man. All right,
and if this continues on for another stream, I'd love to come on again because
we'll
last
see.
time it
we
took
might
like
have
two or three streams to finish his video.
Yeah.
Probably.
Maybe.
All right. You have a nice night.
Yeah.
Night, man.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
All right, how's this gonna work? All right, so now I gotta move. All right, biblically accurate. Gotta fix these things. All right, this is
Gotta have it at least once per stream.
Yep. This is how this works.
But yeah, peeling. So he's trying to do a whole thing of like, okay, showing that this is how it looks. You know, if you squint your eyes at it and don't look closely enough, but in context, it isn't that way.
Yeah.
Which is which is on paper kind of fine to do. It's the way you structure it and how much time it takes until you get to where the shoe drops that I feel he kind of falters a little bit, which is even worse because he hasn't shown any negative examples yet. Like, I'm still kind of mixed with whether or not the Prime Prejudice thing was a negative example. I don't think it was.
Well, no, it wasn't, because that's kind of what he's trying to get at is that if you look into the context, if you dig into a character and you see that they have more than one singular character trait, then they are no longer considered a Mary Sue for some arbitrary reason. But I think that that's bullshit, because Mary Sues, by definition, have to have more than one character trait. They're usually bad, negative character traits in terms of likability, but they still have more than one. It's not just a character is nice or a character is rich, therefore they are a Mary Sue. Remember back to my example of that roleplay character and how much bullshit she had stacked on top of her character. The tragic backstory, the doting, the simultaneously doting and abusive father, the fact that she is so talented that nobody could match her and she's only like fucking 14 years old. The fact that she is the special because she has that special skin condition that people started saying was like a fashion trend, and then everyone was making their characters have that skin condition.
The vitiligo.
Vitiligo.
Gramuglia. That's what it was. Gramuglia.
No. Yeah, she had vitiligo. She had silver hair. That nobody else had except for her twin sister, who is dead because tragic, and also her mom is dead. And also she had the power to manipulate the strings of reality. Like, it's not just one trait. If she was just a rich girl, that wouldn't make her a Mary Sue. It is all of those things combined.
Yeah. Which is true. And I think that's something that he kind of agrees with, because he is breaking these off into different aspects of the Mary Sue, which, okay, fine. But I don't necessarily disagree that, like, you can still be a Sue if, like, one of these three traits I think he listed is more pronounced than the others. Like, it's debatable. It depends on the story, of course, which is why you need the negative example so we can know how that looks.
I think the most important thing right now is the negative examples. So far, we have had none, and we need them to understand the contrast between what he's highlighting here and what he's trying to criticize. And we've been also putting a lot of words in his mouth indirectly. I know we're presuming it, but let's try and hear him out fully. Then I think we can fully criticize him, because I think we're going that direction, but I want to be sure.
Also, the characters can't hug because they're cursed to turn into animals when hugged. So that puts a damper in the whole romance thing. So while
it's not a romance at its heart,
that's still not enough to solve Fruits Basket's core conflict. Some have called
you used the Japanese dub. I'm sorry. I'm a purist. I use the original English dub. For those of you who don't know, they could not get back the entire original voice cast from the 2001 anime in Japanese because the author fucking hates it. And they basically made in the contract, you can't do that. Meanwhile, in English, they had no problems with it. So they got back the entire original voice cast of the 2001 anime that they could. And
more than half,
more than almost all of them, I'm pretty sure. And like, they're all fantastic now. It's actually really amazing going back between the two.
I think I mentioned before that I met Justin Cook, the voice of Hatsuharu, before.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, like, the reason why I'm having an issue here and I'm pausing is because you're conflating what the purpose of the story is. You're calling it straight up just a romance when it is so much more than that, and you're like ignoring that to say, oh, the main conflict is this, but it's also a romance. So then the main conflict would be the romantic relationship as opposed to the entire story of the Soma household, because it spans well beyond Toru. After a point, like sure, she's probably the main catalyst that gets things like railing, but like she's not the one that solves all the problems. There's a lot of like, she solves one little problem, it creates a domino that helps someone else solve their own problem, and then they solve someone else's problem, and then they give advice to someone else, and it all just keeps spiraling and spiraling and spiraling and spiraling, and it's this entire family kind of coming together to help each other. It's like that's the whole point of the story. She's the outlier, and in fact, if I understand correctly, the sequel manga, which I still need to read because I haven't yet, is the inverse of that, where it's like the Toru character is the one that needs help, and as a family coming together to help her. Right?
Yes, exactly. And they partially do that because they roughly know the experience of their parents, and they can see what is going on with this character, and so they try to help her and to give her a stable place to call home, pretty much. Like at its core, it still is fundamentally the same story, but they just reverse who is in need of help and who is the comfort person.
Right.
Toru marries Sue because of how charming and lovely she is, but Basket's core conflict. Some have called Toru marries Sue because of how charming and lovely.
Who?
I would.
This is where you need to make a citation.
I don't even know anything about Fruits Basket, and even I've never heard of anyone referring to any character from it as a Mary Sue.
Anthony, we need hard citation on this right now.
Yeah, you need to give examples. You need to show, like, a screenshot of somebody calling Toru a Mary Sue, because I've been in the Fruits Basket fandom since like 2001, 2002, when the original anime came out. I've never heard anyone call Toru Mary Sue.
This was also an issue with his YouTube critics video. Is that like I find it funny how like a little while ago Raymond pointed out how like he went into like this much deeper kind of example of the Mary Sue from like a really long time ago, when like it's funny because I like the exact opposite is kind of like the problem with and like also
it's the inconsistency that's like irritating me, is that he does a lot of interesting deep dive into these topics and makes some interesting citations. He went out and looked at this 1999 paper that was written, and it's like he read out part of it verbatim, or he had a friend do that. And then now here he's like, people will say she's a Mary Sue, and it's like,
but when
who?
Yeah, when signing dumbasses on Twitter, nah, no sources, shadowboxing, baby.
I have gone from a phoenix to an owl. Who? Izanagi says MFer is shadowboxing and strawman. You just read that out, didn't you? That I'm getting very annoyed. Well, Isa, when aren't you?
Isa is constantly annoyed.
Where have you not been annoyed?
Okay, well,
what I mean is like when I say that, like the reason why I brought up the example earlier was because like he does bring up like some of these examples, but it seems to be something that not as consistent as his last video, but both here and previously, is that he will bring up something as like an example or a point, but like won't really won't look at like any other like significant kind of context, or he won't like bring in any kind of references to what exactly it is that he's talking about, or like if he does reference someone, or someone's video, he will leave out certain kinds of context from that same video that might kind of go counter to the point, and just kind of like leave it to the wayside. And I think there's a little bit of that a little later, but that was the only reason why I was bringing up that.
And like
that's fair.
When I had mentioned that people constantly compared Pokemon to Digimon in my video, I gave an example of an article that I found that compared that basically said that Pokemon was a ripoff, or Digimon was a ripoff of Pokemon. Mm-hmm. Like, I didn't just say people say this. I gave a screenshot of an actual article that exists like that. I gave proof. You gotta prove these things.
And even then, I find that more believable. I find it, like, even if you didn't provide citations, I would find that more believable that people have compared Pokemon to Digimon than I would that a character from
a Monster Collection franchise featuring Mon very heavily in the title. Yeah, I wonder where people would draw that conclusion from on very surface level.
And both becoming prominent in the West at the same time.
Yeah,
I would still want a citation, but like that is more believable than like the claim that Anthony is
making. It's more understandable where you can draw that from, as opposed to this, where if I were someone who didn't know a thing about Fruits Basket, I am taking purely your word on this. And on the flip side, as someone who does know, I am irritated because, I know that she's not, and you're not telling me who it is that I need to go stab.
Yeah, like Like, I think the only person I've ever seen say that about Toru in particular is maybe some random asshole on freaking My Anime List that I saw at one point talk about it. But other than that,
Like,
it's really not common.
the
Really, it's not.
The most negative that I have seen people say negatively towards Toru, the most that people accuse her of is being perfect. But being perfect in and of itself does not a Mary Sue make. It is an element, but it is not like flour is not a cake. It is an element of a cake.
I was gonna say, like, freaking you. She gets doesn't she get the shit kicked out of her by Akito? Akito. Sorry,
Akito.
I forgot. Akito, right? That's the way to say
Yes.
it. There's a whole bunch of in jokes there with that, but like, doesn't Akito like slap the crap out of her?
Yes.
And
and
the people around her let it happen. They let it happen. They know it's happening, and they let it happen to her because they are so terrified of the main antagonist of the story. And it's like, oh, she is so powerful that literally no one will stand up to defend her, even the people that are tentatively, like, skirting around a romantic inclination with her. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it happens in both the original anime and in the 2019 remake, too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like that. There's several reasons why she's not even perfect. Like, it's like, oh. Anyway, let's see what else he has to say here.
In actuality, these charms do nothing to deflate the tension of the narrative. That leads us to the third factor: plot derailment.
Yeah, Anthony, buddy, you gotta give me better negative examples. As in actual negative examples.
Well, the freaking fruits basket wasn't even a negative example. Like, I understand what you're trying to do. You're giving us, okay, here's all the positive ones on one side, and here's all the negative ones, presumably.
Well, he didn't give a negative example there.
Like,
no.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm guessing that he's planning on talking about the negative examples later on in the video.
Oh,
wait,
really?
Anthony, we were talking earlier about you wanting to make a video on Toru and Lena. Is this the video that you were talking about?
Wait, are we actually going to get Lena inverse in this video?
Maybe. I don't know, because like it was just a conversation that we were having about like the female characters that I loved, and he made a comment about how he wanted to use both of the characters in a video in the future. And I'm kind of wondering, because he did use Toru.
I'm scared. I'm really scared.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
don't go near. Do not go near Lena. Do not go near Amelia. And for the love of God, do not go near Philia. Also, I just realized that whoever is writing these characters for Slayers really likes the "ia" at the end of names. Just
100%.
Yeah.
Derailment.
But like,
what does
going? Yeah, but I was a little bit interrupted when I was making my point. But I'll just say it quickly. But the point is that I understand what you're trying to do if that is truly what you're doing, Anthony. But it's much better for the viewing experience, from audience members, if you just have each category and have both the positive and the negative examples that are relevant in each category, instead of all of the positive ones on one side of the video and all the negative ones on the other.
You got points out. He keeps listing flaws but using positive examples. Yeah, that's the strangeness of
Yeah,
this.
well, that's the thing, is that like I wonder, like, we keep wondering if like that's the point of his video, is that there are no like Mary Sue characters, and that he's listing off the kinds of traits of a Mary Sue and being like, oh, but they don't actually apply to any of these. I don't know if that's the point that he's making. We'll see, like, at the very end. But
yeah, we'll see. Oh, another one. Keep Talking says he called Pride and Prejudice meandering, so I assume that's a negative example. Yeah, but he didn't go into that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
there was no elaboration on that. And meandering isn't strictly bad. It's not. That's a completely different problem in writing. That's a pacing problem. That's not a problem of Mary Sue.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with Mary Sue. And like most novels from back in that day, that was just how novels were written. Like you're basically saying that as a criticism, just how books were written back in the day.
Do I need to mention again the frickin' what is it? The Fury the Faulkner novel. I keep trying to bring it up because it's such a wild story with all the fire and fury. No, is it the Thunder and whatever? That's a meandering fucking story, but it's really well written. It's kind of insane. There's a lot of complicated characters in it. Anyway.
Mean to derail a plot? Well, it means a lot. What a Mary Sue does ultimately is resolve conflict unnaturally fast. If there's a big storm of death.
I wouldn't even say that's necessarily true. Like, it certainly very frequently happens fast, but like, it is typically, like, you could have like a back burner issue that you know the characters are going to solve, and it's just not going to be a problem. And it's like, it's not solved, but it's just there, and it's like not even a threat. Like, characters ignoring a problem.
One of the quintessential new characters that I would say, is a quintessential Mary Sue is a character called Isla Crown from the Lightlark series. That is a series of 3 books that have been written by Alex Astor, and oh my god, is Isla frickin' Mary Sue. She is the special who can solve all of the issues pretty much right away, and there's actually very little conflict, and most of the story is just meandering because everything gets solved so quickly, and the majority of it is just them talking about things and then having faux romantic love triangle that isn't actually a love triangle because we know that Grimm is going to be endgame, and then it's just them talking about things, and then suddenly the things just automatically get done, and Isla has a myriad of powers, some that never existed before
some considered
mortal
to be
or
unnatural.
mortal or immortal person until Isla became a thing because she is the most special, and she is just getting all of the powers and getting all of she is the ruler of 2 kingdoms, 2.5 kingdoms, because she rules the wildlings, the starlings, and half of the nightshade now, and also partially the sunlings, because she still is kind of in love with Oro. So yeah, like, she is quintessential Mary Sue.
Yeah, it absolutely was covered by Crimson Rogue.
Why don't you use Isla Crown as an example of a Mary Sue and try to defend her?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Anthony, you need to steel man the other side of the argument. You need to actually throw a bad character at the screen, because or give examples of people calling these good characters Mary Sues. You need to do that.
Coming by, and a character just stops the storm by, I don't know, farting in its general direction. There's no real plot there, is there? The storm's done. Minimal effort was done on the protagonist's part, and now the storm that was a big threat is now just gone. So how do we fill the rest of the pages here? Where does the plot go after the main threat has been deflated? Well, the Mary Sue is that force of deflation. It is the antithesis of a strong story because it removes the driving conflict from the narrative, and that's the key thing. I want to tell you, though, what plot derailment isn't, when the plot naturally shifts gears. For example, the movie...
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to mull that over in my mind. It removes the main driving force from the plot? I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like,
then, like, that is
be a Mary Sue... Oh, go ahead. Pete.
No. Go.
I was gonna say that, like, you can still have the main driving force of the plot, like, still be around. It's more so that it's like, even if the main antagonists of the story are still around, they last until the very end, the way in which they are defeated, or even the road to getting there, can still be dissatisfying, even if the threat itself isn't exactly
a good example of I know Twi's gonna hate me for mentioning it. Rey is a great example. She has not lost she did not ever lose a single fight against fucking Kylo Ren. So Kylo was not a threat.
Nah.
Rey,
I thought that earlier you guys were talking about how she did lose a fight.
Well, yeah, but there was no consequence from it. Like, if
Yeah.
anything, it worked in her favor. Like, as a result of her getting kidnapped and then Kylo choosing to pull back his forces.
Well,
it is
no,
specifically the thing.
in fairness,
I don't care
wasn't
about
a
the
fight.
details.
That wasn't a fight. I would not. That was just she got like Force script. Once she had access to the Force, like,
Yeah.
But that's getting into like when she
No.
was actually one-on-one fighting him, she just wins, and then like later she's one-on-one fighting him, and then she just wins and leaves.
Yep.
And then later she's one-on-one fighting him.
Everyone,
then
don't
she
you
just
remember the
leaves.
Praetorian Guard fight? That was an amazing
I'm
fight.
cutting off this conversation.
Yeah, no, I was just bringing up point. It's like it wasn't the reason why she's boring is that even though the main plot is still going on, she hasn't like destroyed the entire First Order in the first episode or anything like that. But we know that any conflict she comes up against in the future, she's going to walk through. The story will not let her get harmed. It will not let her get hurt.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single time that Rey took a significant point of damage. Other than being stunned once.
Here's another example that I am going to use from another really popular book series. Violet from Fourth Wing. So Violet is a character that you would think wouldn't be considered a Mary Sue because she has a lot of flaws, mainly her disability, which is never specifically stated to be the disability that the author has, which is some sort of joint issue. Like her bones break very easily, her ligaments get torn incredibly easily, all that kind of stuff. But she still is, because the author, despite having this disability herself, doesn't put it properly into the book. And Crimson Rogue had done a very good job bringing a bunch of people with that disability together to talk about how she doesn't utilize the disability with the character very well, to the point where the character does a lot of things that a person with this disability should not be able to do in the way that she does it in the book. Not only that, but a lot of things revolve around the main character, or the main character's love interest, and that circles around to putting her in the center of attention and being the most important person in the room. She has 2 dragons to ride. Nobody in the history of ever has ever had 2 dragons bonded to them. She is the first because she is the most special. She also has an incredibly powerful and rare magic that I don't think that anyone has had in like hundreds of years, and she is the only one that has this power. And like, just everything revolves around this character. This character solves issues very easily when they crop up, or characters kill themselves in order to solve things for the main character or protect the main character from getting injured, because she is the only one that matters, and all of the other characters that aren't the main character or the love interest and maybe the mother and the brother, I guess, are all of them are just fodder pretty much in this book.
I want to just last thing about Rey, unless it gets brought up in the video, because MP Nutson says, okay, here's where I think that's a bit subjective. I don't think Kylo had that much competence to make him losing to Rey unbelievable. He wiped out with his knights the entire Jedi training school and was personally trained by Snoke, who is an incredibly powerful Force user, for decades. No, and he's also considered a general by the First Order. He led an entire. He should be fucking competent. Why isn't he? Anyway, that's the point.
That is the only thing that I'm going to allow you to say, because you guys are going to go off on a spiel if I allow you to.
Yeah, no, that's why I wanted to end it there.
It's gonna talk about Rey later. You mean that we're not allowed to like talk about it?
I think that's fair game, but right now I think it's cutting it off.
Sure.
Yeah, no, this is the 3rd time that you guys have brought up Star Wars. Enough. No, it comes later. Save it.
Psycho. It starts with Marion Crane stealing a lot of money, then going on the run.
Interesting.
It looks at first like a roadside thriller, a road trip story where she's on the run from the law, but then she stops at the Bates Motel and is promptly murdered. The murder is not motivated over the money. It's not has nothing to do with what happened previously. Marion just walks into a location and stumbles on some other matter entirely, and she's killed for reasons completely detached from what came before.
And
the whole plot now shifts. Now it's a murder mystery. Who killed her? Why? These structures exist, and they do derail the plot, but really it's all part of a structure. Derailment is when the plot shifts gears in a way that seems unnecessary.
No, that's not a subversion.
subversion.
That's actually the thing that people praise. Like people love that it's a subversion of what you think is going to happen. And the irony of this is I don't know what people expected, because literally the ad for Psycho is just Hitchcock walking around the sets being like, here's the plot, here's the plot, here's the plot, here's the plot, and here's the plot. It's like, anyway, how the fact is, like, you think it's about the money, but it turns out it's not about this theft. But there is still an element of the film, because that's what kicks off the investigation trying to find her. And because they try to find her, and the money is how they wind up finding out that she's dead and this guy killed her. Like, it still plays a vital role in the story. The consequences still lead from one another. A plot derailment is if all those elements stopped being relevant at all.
Yeah, he's making it seem like a plot derailment can be a neutral term when it's actually strictly a negative one.
Also, is it a plot derailment if the main character at the time dies? Like in terms of, like, she didn't cause that derailment. It wasn't like she was the impetus of it. She dies against her will. Like, she had no play in that.
Where it's a horror movie where we follow the victim of the murderer for a while before she gets murdered. How is that a plot derailment?
It's just we didn't know it was a horror movie until we got
all the time.
Yeah, but just because we didn't know doesn't mean that it's a plot derailment.
It also makes sense.
Yeah, we got bamboozled. Being bamboozled doesn't mean a plot derailment. A plot derailment would be like, again, what happens in Fourth Wing, where the whole point of the story is to go to murder college to not get murdered, which is going to be very difficult because the majority of the students fucking die or murder each other. And they're trying to fight a war, but then there's all of this extra bullshit, and then suddenly none of that really matters anymore because all of this other stuff is happening that doesn't really have anything to do with the plot of the story, but takes up a good fucking chunk of the story.
It's like if the plot of you would put it in simple terms. It's like the plot of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone got interrupted by the back half of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah.
It's like we're building towards finding the Philosopher's Stone, but no, it's actually about finding Tom Riddle's journal. Okay.
Or you could say, like, you're going through the plot of the Philosopher's Stone, but then we have to stop to have a fruits basket moment. And that's going to last for an entire third of the book.
A good example, Arcane. Arcane season 2, episode 3. Sure. We were leading into Mel challenging the council and revealing Sallow's addiction to Shimmer and his misdeeds, and kind of getting this entire plan that Mbessa's throwing together completely derailed. And then she gets kidnapped by the Black Rose, and none of that ever becomes relevant ever again. It's like that's,
especially because Sallow dies.
Yeah, especially because Sallow dies. I mean, Sallow becomes part of a completely different plot, uninvolved with all that. So it's like that's more of a derailment than it is. I would argue it's more of a shift in angle, but it is janky and like
it's closer.
Closer to it than this example.
Example, Yu Yu Hakusho. Yu Yu Hakusho was originally going to be fun episodic events as a ghost trying to get back to the world of the living, and then suddenly becomes a tournament anime.
Well, then it becomes detective thriller, then it becomes tournament anime.
Well, depending on which version you watch, but yeah.
Or
if you're reading the manga,
you can tell the writers are now thinking, well, okay, now what do I write about?
Wait, what?
What seems unnecessary or unfocused? But you can tell the writers are now thinking, well, okay, now what do I write about?
No, you're acting as if that twist wasn't the thing that Psycho was written around.
Yeah.
Like no, they knew that moment was coming, and they knew where the story was going to go. They knew how it was going to play. This is not equitable.
It's not power, it's not charms, it's none of the traits we discussed on their own. It's purely how these interplay to derail the tension of a narrative. This is one of the reasons why, say, Sailor Moon or Steven Universe don't really fit the whole idea of a Mary Sue. Both feature incredibly charming protagonists who have immense power.
They're Mary Sue's.
Who says, okay, one, who says they are, and who says that they're not?
To give him... Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, to give him at least some credit, I have seen back in the day people who have called Steven a Mary Sue before.
I've seen people who call Usagi a Mary Sue, and I actually don't necessarily strictly disagree, if I'm being honest. I have problems with the original Sailor Moon especially.
But even then, man, it's still on you, Anthony, to actually show those examples. You can't expect everybody to have seen these things. Do you have any idea how long Sailor Moon is? How old Sailor Moon is?
God, yeah.
A lot of people probably haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've actually met people who have never seen Sailor Moon.
I haven't seen it.
Oh no.
Yeah, who do you think she's met?
I don't know.
But like, again, it's more just like it's just good. It's just good to show people the physical evidence instead of just trust me broing it. And like, I don't deny that Usagi can have some Mary Sue traits, or Steven can have some Mary Sue traits. Although, like, I think both of them, their character flaws,
I think they have enough to get out of it.
Yeah, they have enough character flaws that offset that. I mean, more arguable for Sailor Moon, because I really think that what goes on in the manga later on, I don't think it's in the anime. Maybe it's in Crystal, I don't know. But I think that that's, all that's kind of bullshit.
I mean, like, I've gone on record. I think the new anime and the original manga are inferior to the original anime.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, no, I really do not like the original manga. I think it actually is a huge disservice to every character except Usagi. And even then, I think Usagi benefits greatly from the original anime.
That's interesting. I feel like, I don't know if I've heard a similar take about the manga before, but...
Yeah, because, let me put it this way. The original manga's first arc, I want to say, is like, what, 15 chapters, something like that? It's
something like that,
it's
yeah.
incredibly small. The first season of the show is like 50-something episodes. They had to stretch, and in order to fill that time, they did a lot of one-off episodes focusing on individual Sailor Scouts. So we got a lot of character out of them, and a lot of time with even Sailor Venus that we didn't get in the original manga. Like, Sailor Venus shows up, and then they're like, next chapter, we're going to the moon.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the original manga was actually all about Sailor Venus. Sailor Moon is the sequel to Sailor V.
Yeah, but like,
and that it actually confused me, because like, I thought that Sailor V was kind of like a fictional character, but then she was like an actual person, just already a superhero in the city. And it made so much more sense when I learned that Sailor V was a manga that predated Sailor Moon.
Usually people say the manga is better than the anime. Nope, I mean, now admittedly, I haven't watched everything, but I haven't watched everything, but that's because I fell off of Crystal. I found Crystal to be painfully boring because I had no investment in anyone except Usagi, and even then, it felt like she had no connection to the people around her except for her love interest. It was the most like isolating and like lonely feeling anime. It also lacked all of the nice visual charm that I found in the original anime, where they had like very nice pastel backgrounds. Like there was actually a really, if you look up Sailor Moon anime backgrounds from the original series, they're actually really fucking pretty and abstract, and it's just like very nice. It's a very pleasant look.
Yeah. It's just there. No, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole.
We gotta stop derailing.
Moon or Steven Universe don't really fit the whole idea of a Mary Sue. Both feature incredibly charming protagonists who have immense power, but the core conflict is never, can Sailor Moon blow up the enemy? I mean, the manga kind of does that, but the manga's enemy not so much. She's a healer ultimately, and so yeah, she can blow up a planet, but blowing up a planet doesn't heal hearts.
Okay,
in
but
that sense, the characters.
What if it's a planet that's trying to eat hearts? It's a heartless.
It's a giant planet heartless.
You're mistaking. You're mistaking like relevant stuff to what would be a male character with a female character. You can still have these exact same things with a female character doing the female things, which is all the hearts and the emotions and shit like that. Just because you maleify the female characters doesn't mean that just because you don't do that doesn't mean that they can't be just as flawed. Okay? Like, power doesn't mean physical strength or how hard you can shoot your freaking laser beams, okay?
Yeah, it's like hyper competence. That's why we whenever I talk about like how overpowered the character is, I specifically note like hyper competence, because even let's say a story is more like slice of life or built around, let's say, boxing, for example. A character, or not boxing, that's still physical, but let's say you're like, oh, you're faster, you're more better and skilled at this thing than anything else, and the whole story's tension is deflated because of that. I think what you're trying to say is that Usagi's competence isn't tied to her, it's the threats of the story isn't linear, so it makes it fine. Which I can't prove or disprove, whatever. I don't watch this shit.
No, I think he was saying because Usagi isn't physically strong, that means that she can't have a Mary Sue trait.
But what does this have to do with plot derailment? That's the whole point of the section, isn't it?
I'm still trying to...
Yeah.
Because that doesn't really derail the plot. Like I said, like Gundam Seed, in the second half of Gundam Seed, where Kira, the main character, becomes a Mary Sue, the main threat of the story is still present, and he does somewhat struggle to like beat them, but a lot of the story's tension is still deflated because, we all know that he's not going to get significantly hurt. If he can survive a point blank blast from a freaking mobile suit explosion for no fucking reason, there's nothing in this goddamn earth that can hurt.
All right, well, let's try and see where he's drawing the whole plot derailment thing from this.
Have to approach problems through a different lens. Yes, Sailor Moon is charming. Yes, she's powerful, but these don't derail the plot. Rather, they move the plot in a direction where she has to find new ways to resolve conflicts, usually by reaching out to someone emotionally. Then there's Steven Universe. Steven has all the powers of his mother, Rose Quartz, later revealed to be Pink Diamond, one of the greatest, most powerful entities in the universe. He's inherited both her great power, but also the weight of responsibility that she once bared. And he constantly questions if the reason people care about him is because he's Rose Quartz's son, or Pink Diamond's son. He even questions his own existence, because Pink Diamond, the way crystal gems work in Steven Universe is strange. They can't really reproduce, but they can change form.
Who
And some of the
cares?
crystal
Who
gems
cares?
Yeah, you're getting lost in the sauce here, Anthony. Also, like, doesn't he also have to learn his abilities too? Like, he doesn't have mastery.
Yes.
He does.
So it's like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has no immediate mastery over it. He has to learn about his powers
and
as
he
he
loses
goes
control
along.
of it at the end of the series, doesn't he? He turns into the big monster.
Yeah, in Steven Universe Future, yes, that did happen because of his mental hangups.
Yeah,
I never watched Future.
I only know about that by reputation, but like,
While I suspect that Steven wasn't so much Rose Quartz's offspring, but rather Rose Quartz in a different form, because Rose Quartz died giving birth to Steven. Her gem became part of his flesh, embedded in his stomach. In the final conflict of the series, the main series, not Future, Steven's gem is ripped out of him, and while some expect maybe Rose Quartz to rematerialize, instead we see an avatar of Steven.
What does this have to do with anything?
Showing that Steven was always Steven and that there's no trace of his mother in there.
I'm gonna pause for copyright, but like, yeah, I'm with you. Where is this fucking going?
Where is Pink? She's gone. What did you say?
That his mother's gone and that Steven is his own unique individual. And this moment's cathartic, it's beautiful, and it resolves the actual conflict of the series, which doesn't really have any connection to Steven being all-powerful. Ultimately...
That's not plot derailment! What does that have to do with plot derailment?
The whole plot
that's like, the plot is still going on. The main plot is still right there. It's his emotional journey as a character that's acting separately at that point, and the two are now converging.
That is called a B plot, Anthony. And I know that you know that because I know that you are an intelligent man and you should know what an A plot and a B plot are in stories. The A plot is what is going on with the war between the crystal gems and the home planet. And then the B plot is whatever the fuck is going on with where the hell is Rose Quartz / Pink Diamond. And like what the fuck even is Steven? So you are literally saying that the B plot is a derailment for the A plot? How?
Isa says, I hate to bring this meme up, but get on with it. Yes.
Yeah, get on with it!
I got bored of Steven Universe Future. I hear a lot of people did.
Yeah, apparently. But, like, I think he's trying to say that, yeah, it's not derailment because the story is built in a way in which we can follow through on them and still
his
be
plot
impactful.
suffered derailment.
But, like...
No?
I don't know.
Isn't the reveal that his mother isn't there anymore? Isn't that, like, just not a derailment, but, like, a cold, hard truth that he has to face?
Yeah, that's not even a derailment. It's a twist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it is.
Like, yeah, it was a twist. I don't think that it was a cold, hard truth that he had to deal with. He was just always curious about who his mother is. And indirectly, he still got to meet her, but just as an avatar of himself. Because he learned that he effectively is his mother. Because there is nothing inside the gem that is his mother. It is literally just him.
Because he's clearly written by a Marvel author.
That's
That's a deep cut for all you fans.
I know what you're I know what you're talking about. Oh my god. Fucking the Avengers 200 shit, right?
I think so, yeah.
The plots and conflicts are not immediately derailed because the characters are powerful or charming. Rather, the characters are put to the test by the conflict.
Show us an example of something derailing,
The TLDR version of what I just said is this. The Mary Sue is a character who is strong enough to subvert conflict, charming enough to avoid conflict, and derails the narrative in a way that makes you go, okay, what now? And that could be from an author avatar, it could be from just a badly written character. But the specific...
But that's what they are!
That's what a Mary
They
Sue
are a
is.
badly written character! That's all Mary Sue is, a badly written character! In a very specific way. That's all it is!
Yeah. Like, I get it. I get that you're trying to defend these specific characters from the allegation of Mary Sue. And I understand that some people can misconstrue a Mary Sue because they may not have a full grasp of what a Mary Sue is either, and thus say that any character that they don't like happens to be a Mary Sue, which I would agree is not what a Mary Sue is. However, because we both know that these aren't Mary Sues, these are not good examples, you can say that these aren't examples of Mary Sues because of this and this reason, but you shouldn't. What it seems like what is being said here is because these characters are well written enough to not be Mary Sues, therefore there is no real such thing as a Mary Sue at all.
I just looked up Avengers 200. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh my god. I thought you said you know. Fucking damn it.
But yeah. Anthony, you're draining every battery.
No. What he's doing is that he is derailing his own plot of this video.
The interplay of conflict-breaking power, of conflict-breaking charm, and plot.
Are you alive, Pete?
Here and there.
Okay.
I mean, like most of the topics have just been stuff I'm just like unfamiliar with, is all. So there's just not much I can comment on.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll worm back into something that we all can understand.
Railment.
He's still suffering from when I slashed him to pieces.
No, it's literally
Maybe
just
not what it is,
I've not seen Steven Universe in like a decade. Like that's it. I've
never seen it.
I was just making a joke because I told you guys to shut up about Star Wars until we get to Star Wars section.
Okay.
Of conflict-breaking charm and plot derailment. Those three elements combined, that is what a Mary Sue does. Maybe not what it is, but it's how it impacts everything. But what about the other components? The power fantasy elements, the self-insert? Well, I don't think those are necessarily all that important. Because you can have self-insert, you can have a power fantasy, and the story still works. The problem is when all of these elements that I've discussed are connected. It's the interplay of the three that makes something a Mary Sue. Someone being the avatar, okay, whatever.
Well, no, I would say even then it depends a lot how it's also handled. Because you can have a charming, powerful character that can, in some way, derail the plot. Although I would argue it's really the last part that's important: derailment of the plot. And even then, it's just more things are bending around you unnaturally. That's really just it gets down to it. You're just bending things that shouldn't be bent. Consequences no longer applying.
And so, with all that being said, Anthony, I hope you can answer this question. Who in the fuck disagrees with this? This is literally the same thing. Isn't that like in every single Mary Sue video in my playlist, Pete, that they've said something like this? Like verbatim?
Yeah, no.
Honestly, I wish he had told us he was doing this video ahead of time. Like, he might have. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I could have given it to him.
Yeah, just give him the playlist and have him fight against it. Steelman.
Yeah. I find it like I understand what he's trying to get at in terms of like an educational thing, because he did start this video saying like nobody knows what a Mary Sue is. So here, let me give you examples of what can be considered a Mary Sue in a lot of people's eyes, and why I think that they're wrong because of this and this and this character that is not a Mary Sue, but some people have conflated with being Mary Sues. Maybe, I don't know, maybe for all we know, because you haven't given us examples, it could have just been pulled out of your ass. I'm not saying that you have, but that is why we need evidence for that. But like,
has Anthony explained what he considers the difference between a plot derailment and a plot twist or turn? No, he hasn't.
No. I would still like. I know that there's still like 30 minutes left in this video, but I would like to see examples of like an actual Mary Sue that everyone that isn't Ray, that everyone knows is a Mary Sue, that like you try to you try to say that that is not a Mary Sue,
Cora,
that would be
is the one that
interesting.
comes up a lot.
Yeah, Cora. I would actually be very curious to see what he says about Violet and Isla, honestly, from the books.
I don't know if he would use literary example. I mean, he did use Pride and Prejudice, but like, there's a lot of film adaptations. But he didn't use any video from those either, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
He did also use Pollyanna, which is a literary example.
Oh yeah, but he also used the Disney TV version. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but,
saying. Like,
like-
I think he would use something that has a visual as opposed to a literary source.
But I don't think that that's fair to just ignore a large portion of media.
I'm just saying that, like, on terms of like from a video production level, I think he would want to use sources that he can have visuals up on screen for.
Well, you can also make equivalent visual sources.
For the record,
like,
we are 18 minutes in out of a 56-minute video. We are not making it through this entire video tonight.
Oh yeah, no.
Anyway, let's
go.
My cursor was in the wrong place.
Important. Someone being all powerful, being a power fantasy. Okay, whatever. That's not important. It's how these separate elements all interconnect that creates the Mary Sue. For an example of a character who is an author avatar, who is not a Mary Sue, look no further than Stephen King. Stephen King's protagonists draw heavily from his life. Many of them are writers. Many of them are individuals who struggle with substance abuse, like alcoholism.
And that's one of the biggest criticisms that people have with his books,
Stephen King
is that
admits
his
is an
characters are usually self-inserts.
Yeah, but like I get you're trying to say that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can contribute, and you're just not. It just kind of feels like a whataboutism. Can we get back to defining Mary Sue if this is not that vital a part?
Yeah, you're right. This is kind of a whataboutism.
An author avatar.
Although I guess it is important to distinguish between a Mary Sue and a self-insert.
Yeah, because
like we
Jack
did.
Torrance is an interesting character in his own right.
Yeah, we did talk about the difference between, or at least I did. I can't remember if you guys did, but I did at least talk about the difference between a Mary Sue and a self-insert and how they overlap, but they're not the exact same thing.
Yeah, maybe he'll give us an example of a self-insert that is a Mary Sue to contrast this. We'll see.
Yeah.
A Mary Sue, right? I mean,
Actually,
hope not
just
anyway.
while we're talking about self-inserts, 'cause I had this example brought up in like a conversation with someone else about Mary Sue's in the past. How do you guys feel about Paul Sheldon from Misery? Either the book or the movie. I've heard that there are some slight differences between the two.
I only know it by reputation. I have never seen it.
Same.
But
Okay.
like, from what
Yeah,
I
me
know,
neither.
he seems like a very normal-ish like guy. Like, the idea behind it is that it's a crazed fan, so we're not really made privy to like anything more about him. It's a two-person play, effectively.
Yeah. Well,
he's the generic anime protagonist.
Well, he was brought up in a conversation that I had with someone else a long time ago about Mary Sue's, as I'm not as familiar with Stephen King's other works, so he was really like the only character that I could have assumed was a self-insert, was because it was my understanding that the story of Misery was sort of written out of a fear that Stephen King had of like crazed fans of his, and that in a way Paul Sheldon could himself be seen as a self-insert but isn't a poorly written character, and more so just was brought up in the conversation as an example of how you can have a character who is potentially a self-insert, or at least you can make a decent argument for it, but like isn't bad. Per se.
Like Twi mentioned it is a common criticism of him that a lot of his characters have a lot of similarities to him. I mean, alcoholism being a huge thing that he struggled with and he uses as a thing he wrestles with. There's some great, interesting analysis on. This is from Dr. Sleep, which is the sequel to The Shining. And it's very interesting to hear how the guy who made the film was very intent that it be a sequel to not only the original film, but also the novel itself. Which, you know, if you know anything about the history between it, King was not a fan of the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Of the Shining movie,
but he convinced King to allow this to be kind of a mixture of a sequel to the novel and the book, this adaptation, by
The novel and the movie.
Yeah, the novel and the movie.
he allowed it because the director went into depth about the nature of the symbolism behind Dr. Sleep and how it is someone who has been sober for so long, still struggling with it, but having moved on from that section of their life and them reflecting on a lot. Like, there was a lot there that King approved of because it actually spoke to what his intent with the original The Shining and his version of Dr. Sleep was. And I find that all very interesting. And it's like, yeah, this is all a very good way. Take elements from your own life and put them into a character and use them to create interesting characters. That's fine.
Yeah, especially if they're negative traits.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing too, is that like, because like unless you're Mary Sue in real life, and then so long as like you are accurately representing who you are in real life, then like a self-insert should realistically not result in a Mary Sue. Like the problem is when you do a self-insert that is, granted, like this self-insertion isn't the only way to make a Mary Sue, but it's when you make an idealized version of how you see yourself and not how you actually are.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just about to say that too.
When you're jerking yourself off, basically.
Yeah, and there are like again, I'll mention Fourth Wing again. Fourth Wing is basically the author self-insert, but she's able to be a badass and have purple hair with silver at the tips because her mom got a cold when she was pregnant with her, I guess. And that resulted in the silver tipped hair somehow. And she's able to do all of these things and like have a relationship with a really hot guy and all this, that, and the other. Like this is a sexual fantasy that the author could potentially have had while being a self-insert. So like these are all of the negative aspects of what makes a self-insert annoying. What makes a self-insert interesting is when you deconstruct the negative aspects of yourself because you're making the character flawed and interesting. If it's only ever your positive traits, then you're making a very boring character. Not necessarily a Mary Sue, but it's not very interesting. And again, I'll go back to Stephen King. Part of what makes him criticized a lot is because he just basically makes the same self-insert over and over and over and over again, from what I hear.
And I don't know, Titan, if She-Hulk is a bad self-insert. I do know she's a Mary Sue, though. That is unavoidable, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, Velma's a self-insert.
Oh, Velma is absolutely a self-insert.
Oh, 110 fucking percent.
I don't know if I would call her a Mary Sue, but she's just fucking repugnant.
From what I've heard, especially from like C. Puff Pearson's reviews, I would 100% agree that I would 100% buy it if she is one.
We gotta find a way to get C-Puff on the stream. She's really
dude
opinions.
Honest to God, I would
stand
love
for
to.
Cocoa Puffs. I could go for some.
I'll ask her the next time. I think she's doing a stream right now, so I mean it's not. But
okay.
like,
well, if she brings Cocoa Puffs, I'm in.
Actually, I will ask her the other stream.
Yeah, I donated to one of her streams before, so.
Know any anime where everyone dies or get crippled and don't get magic upgrade or pep talks?
Not any good ones.
Well, and I know one good one. Evangelion.
Yeah, there's that.
Even then, that one's just not a fun ride. I
was thinking of something entirely different.
I wish everyone in Eureka 7 AO would die. Does that count?
Yeah.
I wish Erica AO never happened.
Yeah, I wish the anime would
just
die.
Thanos snap that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what? Yeah. We can Thanos snap that. I have the suspicion that everyone in Maiden Abyss is going to fucking die, but like I don't know yet. That's still ongoing. Anyway, back to this.
Alcoholism.
Yep.
But no one is calling Jack Torrance, who Stephen King admits is an author avatar in some way, a Mary Sue, right? I mean, I hope not anyway.
Yes, because the Venn diagram
Goku
doesn't completely
is immensely
overlap.
powerful, but is he a Mary Sue? Well, no, I'd hope not. The problem is ultimately that the Mary Sues are not necessarily about avatarness or power, but how that impacts the narrative. They're how much they
Yes.
conflict and clash with
Yes.
the regular flow of storytelling. Does
Yes.
the audience buy that the character can naturally exist in this world? I mean, can you believe that John Wick or Rambo naturally walking gods?
Whoa,
They're
what?
more
Is this skipping
skilled
for you
than
guys too?
exist in this
No.
world.
No.
Weird. Okay, let me see if that.
World. I mean, can you believe that John Wick or Rambo naturally exists in their world when they're basically walking gods? They're more skilled than 95% of everyone else.
Okay.
Oh god, I fucking hated Rambo when I watched that movie.
Okay, one, I've not seen the first Rambo, but I know that there's a lot of work in the original Rambo towards what it's supposed to be supporting. I have seen the first John Wick, and I've seen also parts of the second John Wick, and I know that I don't want to watch the second John Wick because the first John Wick, he gets the shit kicked out of him. He loses multiple fights, even though he is an incredibly well-trained assassin and is incredibly good at his job. He still ends up losing multiple times, and as the story progresses into the sequels, because they need to keep it going, he gets more and more superhuman to a point that it loses the original charm of someone who shouldn't necessarily be winning, because he is still a human.
Right.
And Rambo gets a shit kicked out of him originally too. He's also incredibly smart and he's in his element. It's like there are a lot of different elements at play, and there's a reason why as stories go on, they get more and more ridiculous. Like you're not.
Oh, so they pull a Die Hard, basically.
Yeah.
God damn, dude.
Also, guys, I don't know if this was the original movie, but it was him. It was Rambo basically running around the town that my dad lives in, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the original, and it's basically it's supposed to be a deep commentary on how soldiers in Vietnam were treated.
Yeah, and it just didn't vibe with me because I thought that the methods and the decision making to get to that point was just very, very stupid. Like I got the message of the movie, but I thought that the characters had to be kind of stupid to get there.
That's actually a thing I would love to look into. I would love to look into. I know there's a lot of, well, it was a myth. No, it wasn't a myth. Back and forth about how Vietnam vets were treated back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be fascinated to kind of go into that history, look at it, and see.
Did they know that he was a vet?
Yes.
Okay.
They knew he was a vagabond, and they knew that he was a vet, and that was like the prejudice against him.
Yeah, because I don't remember. It's been many, many years at this point. I do remember leaving a rant review though about it.
But also I haven't seen Rambo, but did a soldier with PTSD become an action hero? I mean, in the first film, he was more of like it was kind of neutral. He was a guy who fucking snapped and like basically went on a rampage in response to admittedly a shitty person, but then he kind of cursed a town by being just this monster running around hurting people, and they kept trying to capture him, and I think he ended up starting killing people. He was sort of like a slasher villain, honestly. And he did, I think, end up, I don't know if he ended up killing the main bad guy, but like he wasn't a hero by the end of that film. And I think he gets arrested by the end of it. Like, he's not supposed to be necessarily a heroic figure, but he's supposed to be a tragic one. And that's like the whole point of the film.
Yeah. Also, I was incredibly distracted watching that film because I knew the locations because I lived there for 6 months living with my dad. So I was like, why do I recognize everything in this town?
And then the second film is the one.
Moose country.
The second one is where he becomes more or less like the upright hero. Like that's where like that starts to happen. But even that's like widely hailed, and it's actually I think maybe even a little more reasonable. Gets brought out of jail to go fight, and then the third film apparently gets really silly. So that's yeah. I mean that's just how the progression of like sequels often go. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Oh, you can just believe that. Oh, well, why is that? Why is then?
Well, you can just believe that. Like, I'm sorry, but they have a long history. Like these films actually go through establishing. Okay, they spent time here, they trained here, they did this. John Wick and Rambo both have like Rambo had 10 years in Vietnam as a fucking Green Beret. That's a fucking high bar. If you've never met a Green Beret, they are not people you fuck with. They are intense motherfuckers.
Have you ever met a black belt in karate? Gary Stu, right off the bat. Those people don't exist.
No, the real Gary Stews are the people who don't have training, and we're about to get though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rey Skywalker from
Yep,
Star
there it
Wars.
is.
So unbelievable to you if you can believe in John Rambo and John Wick in their specific.
No. Oh my god.
No.
Okay, you know what? I'm
Not
gonna
even
no,
remotely.
gentlemen. Twilight, would you like to
Yes.
take this one?
Okay.
Because
So
we've talked about this enough. I think you should take the lead on this particular topic. I think it's pretty blatant.
sure. So I think that it's fairly obvious why you shouldn't compare Rambo and John Wick to Rey Palpatine Skywalker, that lady, because she yeah, she doesn't have actual training in fighting and combat, nor do we see her really do that. I can accept on a fundamental level if you were able to justify it in the writing and in the world building that she has a more vibesy and sort of instinctual method of learning to use the Force and mastering it. But to say that she is comparable to two men who have had decades of training under their belt is not comparable whatsoever at all.
This is
holy shit.
Especially when it outright contradicts established rules in order to get her there.
Yeah, and to be fair, this doesn't excuse later films in those same franchises from doing other bullshit. Like to be very clear, because these two characters do start to actually skew towards the Gary Stu later on. They just have much better footing from the very beginning, and their original stories are competently told. That's kind of it. Like the reason why a lot of their later films are less Gary Stu discussed is because the first film did a very good job of setting up their skill sets and the things that define them, and then it just because they want to keep ramping up tension, they make things more and more ridiculous and stupid, like having our trained guards run into rooms without any cover whatsoever. Fucking I saw that fight scene in John Wick 2. It's so fucking stupid. Like, guys, hide behind cover and shoot your guns. You have guns. Hide behind cover.
Don't stop to talk. Don't stop to talk.
And I can actually believe Rey in a desert town having enough wherewithal to fight off some muggers. That does not mean I think that she can pick up a lightsaber and hold her own against a guy that's been training in lightsaber arts for the last 10 years. I'm sorry.
But he never completed his training, Raymond.
I don't. I'm sorry. I would take a fucking Padawan from the Jedi Temple and put her against Rey. I would trust Reva, who was 5 years old at the time that Order 66 happened.
I'm giving you a hint of what's to come.
Oh, fuck. No.
Oh, boy.
No. Okay.
Oh, dear.
No.
Narrative. No one calls John Wick a Mary Sue. But Rey's obviously Mary Sue. People. Now that's
later films.
Of course, here's the other element too. John Wick is obviously trained. John Wick, you can see the work that he's put into developing his skills in his actions, the mechanical movements,
No, we're also told it by the characters. They lay out his backstory. We see parts of his... Well, I don't know if we see how much of his backstory, but we see elements of his backstory in the environment and how he lives his life. It's... I mean, I guess that was starting to skew into the actions, but we're also told it. So...
Very focused.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements... And keep in mind, I haven't watched John Wick, so I'm only basing this off of what you're saying. But we can see that there is a logical progression to say why he is able to do the things that he does. We don't see that with Rey. I can see, and like I said before, I can see it enough where you can possibly justify a lot of her skills being instinctual due to needing to survive out in the harsh desert with only getting barely enough food to survive and all that kind of stuff. But you would also have to show that in some capacity as well. And I don't think that they showed that very well in at least the first movie.
Yeah. Direct things he does. Whereas Rey, not trained.
Also, I want to highlight, I don't want to keep pausing, but like, that's the premise of the movie too with John Wick, is he's an incredibly well-trained, assassin, and someone kills his dog. That's the entire plot.
Yeah.
And he goes off on a revenge hunt. That's the plot. That is the core instigating premise, as opposed to random desert scavenger gets drawn into an adventure and then somehow becomes a magical space knight.
If she was a scavenger living on a desert planet who 20 years ago used to be a highly trained Padawan to the Jedi Order and then ran away, then maybe.
Yeah, and maybe she kept her
Honest
that
to
was one of the
God.
suggestions going. It's like maybe she kept her
Well,
was trained and then kept going.
Well, that was Literature Devil's suggestion in one of his Mary
Right.
Sue videos. Was a suggestion for a fix was make her a Jedi's Padawan, or I think he specifically named Ahsoka. But like, yeah, like just that's one way to like make it slightly more believable.
Yeah, right there. I would have gone more so that she's just like maybe she and Finn learn together, like that sort of thing. But like there's so many different ways to play it that they just didn't do.
If you ever do a rewrite stream of any of the sequels, hit me up.
Jesus
I got some
Christ.
ideas.
Hot take. If I do a rewrite, it's going to be of all the films. All of
Okay.
them.
Yeah.
Okay.
You may as well at that point.
All right. Anyway.
Even the first three.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd be there. There's some things about the first three I'm not a big fan of.
Ewoks dead.
You
All right.
read my goddamn mind.
That mechanical movement, that focus is not demonstrated within her actions in the film itself. But then again, no one really cares, because John Wick's an awesome movie. It's a great movie. The plot, that focus in his actions, the mechanical movements, the very focused, direct things he does. Whereas Rey, not trained. That mechanical movement, that focus is not demonstrated within her actions in the film itself. But then again, no one really cares, because John Wick's an awesome movie.
They do.
Though.
Everyone,
They do. The choreography of John Wick is hailed to high freaking heaven every other goddamn week. What are you talking about?
Ed Stavensky said that was the pro tag for Jedi Fallen Order. And you know what is actually relatively well regarded? The story of Jedi Fallen Order. People generally like those games.
Yeah.
Great movie. The plot demands action, and John Wick delivers that action.
The premise is the action. That's the whole conceit.
Yeah.
The entire conceit of the film was we want to have a cool assassin dude doing cool shit. How do we get here? Well, there was a cool assassin dude. He retired. His wife dies, gives him a puppy. The puppy gets killed by gangsters, and it draws him back into the They keep bringing me back in. That's the entire plot to set up him kicking ass through the entire film.
It's like a lot of other kinds of it's like Taken or Die Hard. It's just the action is like the centerpiece of what the movie is about.
They start at we want to have a cool action film. How do we get there and have it make sense? And they did it. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It's very simple. Meanwhile, Star Wars. That plot is so fucking. There's a map and there's a giant death laser that needs to be destroyed, and there's this offshoot that we stop at a bar to get a lightsaber. There's Who's parents. Like there's all these fucking things going on at the same time, which wouldn't be a problem had not all of them been resolved uneventfully.
And even then, the action is still an important part of the plot, so that has to still mechanically work, and it doesn't.
The conventions of narrative allow us to kind of go, okay, we're going to see some action here, we're going to see some fighting, okay, whatever, let's keep going. But that's the kind of thing we're dealing with, right? You know, these characters...
Some of the best scenes that I love are moments where characters don't fight, but they might. Like, the potential is there. Like, it's the standard Mexican standoff, where you have two guys with guns that are about to draw on one another, and they're standing there staring at each other, and then slowly... they let their hands off the guns and walk away. It's sometimes the most tense and powerful scenes. And we all know, conventionally, we could have had a fight there. We could have had a shootout. We could have had a dramatic moment. but we didn't, and that in itself is a choice of the direction. We don't necessarily need it.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I like my least favorite thing about Daredevil, the Netflix series, was when they were talking about what a hero is.
Oh my god, that scene is beautiful, man. I really hate when my superheroes navel gaze, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Oh my, I'm thank you for. God, that tweet was so.
Oh, have you seen the Daredevil show Twilight?
No.
Okay, I might have to add that. It's another one of those. Like, it's genuinely amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do like how Ant is essentially going, hey, look at this context, but nobody cares about context. Like,
it says who he repeatedly says, not showing who doesn't.
I was literally like, you know what? I would love to hear that argument in court. Like, okay, sure, he shot the guy, but we don't need to know the context behind it. Sir, he was running at me with a knife. That's not important. Hugok says, why didn't he use the Matrix here? It's a good question. Matrix be interesting. They literally download years of training into his brain. It's a great thing.
Yeah. The Matrix is a very interesting film. I would still call Neo a Gary Stu. Like, he's a Gary Stu by design. He's literally meant to be a godly figure.
Yeah, he's a messiah figure.
Yeah, that does kind of make him a bit boring, but it is kind of a
after the first film, I think he's actually not a Gary Stu. I think it's another one of those. The sequels really just keep going into that.
Yeah.
Hart says, have you guys ever watched Miraculous Ladybug? I don't think it has the best rating, but it has a good premise. Again, random question, I know. I only know about by its reputation of some of the clips I've seen of like.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's why I don't know. My father doesn't love me. He's like, what the fuck? When did this come up?
Oh my god! I've seen the first 2 seasons of the show, and I was all like, all right, I kind of like this, but like, I'm gonna wait on it. And then when season 3 came, I saw the explode, and I learned why. And now I'm all like, damn, I'm just Neo right now because I just dodged that bullet. Dude, following Gail's videos on Miraculous Ladybug just made me be all like, what the fuck happened to this show?
You would have had another Ruby on your hands, Kaiser.
Anyway,
or I would if I finished it.
Let's get back into this.
Yeah.
Literally what I said, Kaiser.
At being unrealistic, while others do not. Fantasies are appealing to audiences because they allow you to see things you wouldn't ordinarily see. The trick is if you buy into the fantasy it's selling you.
And how do you make people buy into the fantasy? You make it make fucking sense.
Yeah. Set up establishing the character's background.
You make sure that when the dragon breathes fire, it burns the village to the ground. You don't have half the villagers walk out and be like, "Wow, it's so hot out there. Good thing I put on my sunscreen, so I'm now immune to fire." Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you also established that like the dragon is capable of breathing fire in the first place. You don't have like a scene where like fire breath would be insurmountably useful and why they would be completely motivated to use it and have them not use it. And then later they have it for absolutely no reason when there is no change or something. It's not quite the same thing as Ray, but like it's the thing I'm getting at is when you have a character who very clearly should not be capable of doing the things that they are doing because of how they were established. It's like it's because of the lack of establishing of their skills to correlate with what they're currently doing is why people don't buy it.
I love the implication of your example is that the story is following the dragon that's just going around casually burning villages, and I kind of like that. Yeah, like the Trogdor story.
And this is a problem that I have with this line of logic. You're basically saying ignore the flaws of the story, and then you won't have a problem with the story anymore.
You're falling into cinema wins where it's pretend it's what you wanted.
I was about to, God damn it, Raymond!
The brain cell strikes
I'm
again.
done. No, I'm done for the night. No, oh
Miserable toxic brood. I saw that coming from a mile away.
Literally about to.
Twilight.
You stole my joke.
Is the power fantasy something you go into the movie or book or show wanting, or do you want to not see that power fantasy?
We want to see
Rey
it naturally
flails
conclude.
around with a lightsaber because she's untrained.
Here's an example that I have, Ant. Moana. I can buy anything that you try to sell me until a certain point that you lose me in your sales pitch. Moana is a story that is set in a fantasy Polynesian setting where they're stuck on an island. The island is dying. The main character has to go out because she is following the call of the ocean in order to right the wrongs of the area. And she meets a pseudo-god, Maui, and we're in the story. But the moment that Maui makes a modern joke, a self-referential joke about Moana being a Disney princess, that is when you take me out of the story. That is not me wanting or not wanting to fall into the fantasy of the story. That is me being ripped out of the story because of something that shouldn't be in the story.
Yeah,
actually,
there are films that are actually really good at breaking the fourth wall. I mean, like the Sonic films actually love breaking the fourth wall, and they're a lot of fun with it. But like Moana takes itself pretty seriously. Like it's a cartoon, but it's still relatively a straightforward story. So it breaking the fourth wall, unlike say like Genie, who's a magical. There's something there, I think, like to magical entities. But even then, they were trying to Genie a character that wasn't Genie.
I was going to say Winnie the Pooh is also, I feel like, a good example of breaking the fourth wall, just because like it all takes place in a book. They're all characters in a book. They kind of like rotate the book sometimes to affect gravity, and also they keep referencing how the gopher wasn't in the book originally.
From what I remember, though, Maui's line about Moana being or not being a Disney princess is the only time that he really breaks the fourth wall, and that was especially egregious to me, because it's not a movie that really does that a whole lot.
Yeah. So the lack of consistency, the fact that it isn't like a motif, or that it isn't trying to make that a motif, makes it stand out that much more.
Yeah.
It's like if the Lion King just had a section like ignoring Timon and Pumbaa because they're the gag characters. If Simba just randomly stood up and then put on a suit and tie for like 3 minutes out of the film, and then
Beastar's character,
and then we don't really reference that again, and it wasn't really meant to be a joke. You
have his dad accidentally call him Kimba.
Yeah.
No, I have a more extreme example. Fucking, it would be like in Rurouni Kenshin. You're watching a show about this medieval Japanese place, and a swordsman who doesn't want to kill anymore has a no-kill rule and everything. And then one episode, he randomly just walks down the road, picks up a Glock, and then shoots some guy in the face for no fucking reason. And then he walks off, and we never mention it again. No impact, no nothing. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
you took me out of the fantasy.
Or if like in medieval Japan, where you have a bunch of different, and you have this guy named Yasuke, and then I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm not gonna open that can of worms. I just wanted to make the joke. But yeah, so like we like there to be consistency. I don't think Shogun, which I haven't seen, but I know by reputation, I don't think Shogun would be as well praised if all the actors spoke in English. Like, I know there are some English speaking characters, but like if all the Japanese people just spoke English fluently, it's like that's really weird. Like, but it's praised because it's very accurate to the time.
It's authentic.
They use authentic. I'm pretty sure they actually use authentic Japanese, like the actual archaic Japanese from that time period.
I watched it with my dad when it first came out, and it's been a while because we've not watched it a second time since. But it was or sorry, did I say my dad? But like but yeah, like it seemed very authentic back when we were watching it. It was
Yeah. Like, it's a matter of how deep is this show willing to go for the authenticity in order to drag you into the story? Because it can be a lot or it can be a little, but the thing is consistency there, and whether or not it maintains that consistency. And if you break that consistency, then that is a problem.
Metal Claw, why would you bring that up?
Here's-
That is not at all what we're. That is not. No, that's.
Here's Actually, I won't go into another example. At the risk of making this...
I think we're.
I think we're exampled out.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about the Tai and Kari romance aspect, Metal Claw. That's not a thing. That's a misconception. Anyway.
Yeah, that is a misconception.
Naturally, she's not going to demonstrate the same skill that John Wick displays in his technical fighting. But does this make for a bad narrative?
Yes.
How can Rey succeed if she's clearly unskilled with a lightsaber, if we never see her train? That's all well and good unless...
Well, the question would be well, she could just keep fucking running. Like, she's a distraction right now. He's injured. Her only situation... Why doesn't he use the Force on her? Why hasn't he ever used that?
Well, that's the thing. He did once. He knocked her out with knocked her into a tree and knocked her out. I don't know why he doesn't do it again. I guess
there's all those questions. Like, it's like he just lets her run away. Yeah. He hasn't tried anything else with the Force, even though he has his he has enough Force power to stop a laser bolt, an ability we have only ever seen with Darth fucking Vader, aka one of the most powerful Sith in the entire history of Star Wars. Like,
even then, I'm not sure if that was like laser stopping. I think that was just his armor that he was. If I'm thinking of the same scene that you are.
It could have been like it could have been Force, it could have been the armor. But
because like even with all like, you want to know what Jedi or like Force users would really like to be able to stop lasers midair with the Force? Probably like every Jedi Master ever during Order 66. Maybe, just maybe.
So it's like that's an incredible amount of power, and he just doesn't use it against her after that one time. And it's like that's the win button. Why doesn't he do it? Well, it's because the plot needs her to run away during this fight sequence. And
we already discussed this earlier.
Yeah.
Say
we don't need to reiterate
her main
it.
enemy was a character who also never finished his training and canonically is the weakest of the big bads that we see throughout the series. That would put things in perspective, wouldn't it?
You're afraid.
Not really.
That you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
Pausing for copyright, because Lord knows.
Dude, that's a phrase.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does a little, doesn't it? Even looking back at the first film, The Force Awakens...
No.
Yeah, just because he's afraid of something doesn't mean he's not well trained.
I am afraid that I am going to draw a bad picture. That doesn't mean that I didn't have training for years in my art school and that I can't outdraw somebody who started drawing last week.
I have decades of writing experience, and I had a college degree when I wrote my first book, and now I look back on it and I'm like, oh god, that was not my best work.
Well, like, what I hate too about the argument is that he says that like it makes sense why he would lose because he never finished his training. Like, not saying, like, never mind that he is going up against someone who hasn't had any training at all.
And I haven't drawn in nearly a year, but I can still outdraw somebody who started drawing yesterday.
My best friend is someone who's never gone to art school, and she has some of the best art I've ever seen. Probably might be better than some people who actually did. I'm just...
Are you trying to argue against me to his point?
Oh, am I?
Yes, you are.
Okay,
well, no, but okay, here's the question. Like, does she practice drawing?
Yeah.
Like your friend who can outdraw you, Pete.
Oh, does she practice?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
there's the solution. It's like,
exactly.
Yeah, she outdraws you because she practices it. She actually has training. Well, her training is experience. She just does it and learns. Like, that's a thing. Rey encounters the Force and immediately knows how to do one of the most complicated Force maneuvers on the planet.
I'm really tired.
Yeah. We'll try and make it to 28 minutes so we can get exactly halfway through.
Yeah.
That's just 6 more minutes, guys. Hold in there.
Rey wants to return home, but she needs to go on an adventure. She wants one thing, she needs the other. She wants to go home and find her parents, but she needs to
wants
escape
versus
her
needs.
home and
This has
explore
nothing
the
to do with Mary
galaxy.
Sue.
That's a basic character conflict right there. Not complex,
Uh-huh.
not really distinct,
Okay.
but it's a basic
Uh-huh.
one. It gets the job done. She ends up by going on that adventure and doing things. You know, in the final battle, she has no role in destroying Starkiller Base. That's entirely thanks to Finn's information and...
That's because she was captured. I don't... What?
No, see, I see what he's trying to do. I'm afraid. I
Okay.
feel like I know what he's trying
Poe
to do.
Dameron's
Let's just
X-Wing
keep
fighting.
going.
She doesn't even save Han Solo. She doesn't even save Finn. So what does she really accomplish at the end of the movie? She manages to beat up a guy who himself never finished his training, who had a giant hole in his chest from a weapon that can project stormtroopers.
And was literally still walking afterwards. I'm sorry.
That's
another problem.
He went ahead of them. Well, if you remember, so she and Poe ran away after that happened, and he managed to somehow cut them off.
Yeah,
somehow.
dude outran them.
Yeah.
It didn't
This is
do
the thing,
much.
too, is, like,
I'm
he's
sorry.
He's also like beating the injury, which I believe either you guys or someone else pointed out to me a while ago, is something that people do in real life in order to
It
like
was
get
us.
the adrenaline. Yeah, that's something. So like he has an understanding of how to fight while injured. And again,
Cool. All right, let's see the rest of his points because this is just like
Yeah, Pete, gotta make it shorter, dude.
I understand that I'm also the one responsible. I'm trying not to, but it's like every other sentence. It's like you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
You're also
Across a
long-winded,
field.
Raymond.
So
I
yeah,
know.
it's a feat to win, but like, it's not like it's that big a feat. It's not like, say,
You do it.
It is.
You do it. You pick up a
Yeah,
sword
I'm
for the very
sorry.
first time and go up against that. You're not winning.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. A wounded superhuman is still a fucking superhuman. I don't give a fuck if freaking Captain America himself got his
Anthony,
dick blown off.
I will.
I'm not fighting that.
Anthony, I will shoot Shad in the gut. Give you both swords and tell you to fight. I guarantee you, I don't care how injured I don't care. Shad's walking out of that fight, you're not. All right? Like I don't particularly like Shad and a lot of his analysis these days. And I don't even think he's a particularly good swordsman. But I know he has leagues more experience than you do.
I mean, we don't. Well, we're assuming that he has never picked up a sword in his life. We are making that assumption.
Yeah, presumably, but I mean,
he
look
could
at
be a
him.
master swordsman
Yeah.
for all we know.
What
He
do you
might have
mean,
done
look at him?
fencing, you know?
Are you saying he is too much of a stick to pick up a sword?
I'm saying that maybe a stiff breeze might be a competition.
Oh my god.
Actually, I think he mentioned somewhere that he actually did do martial arts. I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe.
I just know that
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to fight Shad even if he was injured. I would
Ooh,
probably try
martial-
and find different ways to do things.
Martial arts versus Hema. Who walks out of there alive?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
hopped into the cockpit of a ship she's never field. So yeah, it's a feat to win, but like, it's not like it's that big a feat. It's not like, say, she hopped into the cockpit of a ship she's never driven, fought in a warfield that she's never engaged in, and at the age of, say, let's say 9, hypothetically speaking, destroys a battle station, thus turning around.
This is a terrible
Anthony,
example because
did you
everyone
forget the
complains
proper
about
people
this.
hated this?
People despise this.
Like it's weird to me how like people seem to like, because people think that the sequels are worse than the prequels, that somehow means that people forgot how bad the prequels were, especially the Phantom Menace.
People think that the actor got hate and was forced into hiding because of this shit.
Yeah, thankfully, we
That's
learned
false,
that he didn't, because his mother was actually a good parent and shielded him from all of that. He grew up as a normal child, and he didn't know. He did not go onto the internet to listen to all that hate.
Yeah,
All that crap about him being bullied because he was Anakin and the
Apparently
the
that's
Phantom Menace was like
apocryphal,
fake
yeah.
news.
It's
Are you fucking kidding?
It's apocryphal. Apparently he actually has like a medical condition of some sort. Isn't that right? Like, am I confusing him with someone else? No,
No, I think that was it. I think that he had to quit acting because of a medical issue. I think it was like bipolar or something. Like
I thought it was
it's a
schizophrenia.
family condition. It's schizophrenia. Yeah. Sorry. It was some sort of genetic issue that is in their family that he had to quit acting because of. It had nothing to do with Star Wars.
But yeah, no,
this
people,
is blowing my fucking mind.
Oh yeah,
Holy shit.
You need to look into that. It's interesting stuff. But I was gonna say, like, this is a terrible example because this is a very Mary Sue moment or Gary Stu moment for Anakin here.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure the literature devil described him as a Mary Sue in the Phantom Menace.
I would be very surprised if someone forgot how much people despised this movie and despised the actor for playing this character that they hated so much because he was such a Gary Stu.
I'm going to have to dip. I am so sorry.
Oh dang.
No, it's all right.
Oh, we were so close. 5 minutes away.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't wait 5 minutes. And even though oh shoot, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that too soon. Now that's
it's all fine. I mean, I'll just adjust everything now.
Yeah. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Good
man.
night.
Talk to you later, man.
Oh, well, that was unfortunate.
Then we're 3.
Yeah.
Why do we keep losing co-hosts? They die so young.
Why do we respond to long video?
This is the second time that we've lost 2 co-hosts in one stream. Dang.
Anthony, you've defeated 2 people.
Oh.
Damn. Well, to be clear, one was defeated. He defeated one because Kamen was defeated by dumplings.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he had to go power up for next time.
Yeah. Anthony. Okay. You had a handicap.
Wait, who would have the hole in their stomach in this case? Us or Anthony?
Common writer. I wanted to say MangaKamen, but my brain just put common writer in there, and I'm like, wait, what?
That is true though. He had a literal hole in his stomach, and he needed to fill it with food.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry if I'm fighting fucking Captain America and his freaking arm got blown off. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm not winning that.
Yeah. Fucking hell, man.
In a massive war, when that battle station controls ground troops, you see where I'm going with this, right?
I'm trying to. I don't know.
Yeah, you're making a what about it. Just because it was bad here doesn't mean it wasn't bad there.
Yeah.
Stop with this, please. I don't have the shields up.
Wait, here it is.
Anakin Skywalker was also a Mary Sue. After all, he did manage to take down a droid command ship on his own when he was like 9, and the universe almost literally revolved around him. I mean, he had his own prophecy and everything. But here's the thing, Anakin still needed to be trained before he could use Force powers effectively. Think on that a moment. Anakin was pretty much...
didn't stop.
Yeah, he is still a Mary Sue, especially in that moment. But he's making a fair equivalence, honestly.
Now, the second movie and the third movie, he is now a trained Mary Sue instead of a raw Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Right.
He's a cooked Mary Sue.
I mean,
they put him in the oven.
I would probably just say he's been baked, you know.
A living avatar of the Force, and he still needed years of training to actually use the Force.
No, you dumbass. Him being in a pod race was him using his Force powers. What? A pod race was impossible for any other human being to do. That was the beyond Force power skill right there. That's what tipped off Qui-Gon. This guy is strong with the Force. Not just that he had access to the Force, not that he was Force sensitive, but Anakin was strong with the Force, clearly, because he could pod race.
Okay, fair point.
But he's...
What about how does this not affect then Rey? Like, okay, so there's a problem there too. Congratulations, you found a new flaw in the prequels. You have not at all absolved Rey because this is a whataboutism.
In fact, you made it worse because now you're establishing that, the story, you're saying the story in the prequels effectively established that Anakin had strong Force powers from the beginning.
And he still needed training to use it consciously like she did.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you have discovered Mary Sue number 2. Now we have 2 Mary Sue. Why does your mom allow you to have 2 Mary Sue?
Home Improvement run.
And the Force worked through Anakin to maneuver a vehicle with superhuman speed. Do you think all Force powers is just, the mind trick or whatever? No, it's the reactions. Knowing what to do at the right time. In the hierarchy of Star Wars protagonists, what Rey does is not only not extraordinary, it's actually kind of low level.
She lightning bolts an entire spacecraft to blow it up. By accident.
Yeah, I'm going to presume that he is just talking about
the Force Awakens,
Ray. I'm going to give him a layup a little bit, but
here's the kind of issue though. Just because one Mary Sue's harder doesn't mean the one that Mary Sue's softer ain't a Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Again, that just means we have 2 Mary Sues.
Again, why does your mother let you have 2 Mary Sues?
I just can't hold all these Mary Sues.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're telling me right now that like no one has ever bit that bullet in any of these conversations, Anthony?
Yeah, like,
are you serious?
I think this is a legitimate like counterpoint, man. You're not wiggling out of this.
But she's the Mary Sue and Anakin Skywalker isn't.
No. He is. He absolutely fucking
He was
is.
in that movie.
Now,
yes.
Here's the thing about that there is, and there's a reason why a lot of people give him the pass. It's not, I think, a fair pass, but there is a pass that people give him because he is the quote-unquote prophetic chosen one, which is a thing that honestly, if it were given time and focus and a lot of these other plot elements were then better integrated into it, it could have absolved the Gary Stu elements that were actually present. It would have actually helped him work better into the narrative. It wasn't. Right. It is still bad, but mind you, a lot of people give that the pass because it is supposed to be working towards a narrative conclusion, which is the end of Revenge of the Sith, which is where he turns into Darth Vader, as in the most powerful villain in the fucking franchise.
And you know what would have helped with Rey just a little bit? Maybe if the Chosen One prophecy kind of worked like being a Princess of Heart, or being a Keyblade wielder in Kingdom Hearts, it gets passed down when someone is no longer the prophetic one or doesn't fulfill the prophecy or whatever.
It gets passed down and it brings with them the character that makes them interesting with it, and so if someone else gets it and you just get left to the wayside. Nomura, I'm still gonna slap you. Give Kyrie something to fucking do.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you can literally you could literally just do that in the second film instead of the whole stupid dyad bullshit. Or hell, maybe explain that both Kylo and Rey, as like attuned to the Force with each other, are both prophetic children. Right?
I feel like they tried to, and they also did a bad job of that. It's like,
well, they were kind of doing. They were kind of doing a yin yang thing with them. I actually really liked that. Not gonna lie.
I like the concept behind it, but the execute was because like fucking you get what's his face? You get Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams playing tug of war over the story, so it's like it just keeps winding up in that fucking mess.
Yeah.
When people criticize Rey for being a Mary Sue, they often point to one scene where it's actually kind of low level. But she's the Mary Sue and Anakin Skywalker isn't. When people criticize Rey for being a Mary Sue, they often point to one scene in The Force Awakens. Specifically, the scene where Rey pilots and fixes the Millennium Falcon. For one, she doesn't really pilot it all that well. Keep in mind, the original series, Han Solo and Lando Calrissian are able to outrun and outmaneuver TIE fighters in bulk. Here, she struggles outmaneuvering too.
That was from episode 2? Is that correct? Or sorry, episode 5. I'm at brain.
Yeah, that was.
Weren't they letting them get away?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember. It's been a long while since I remember
which
5.
movie it was.
I like the fixing thing, fixing the ship. Like that didn't require like significant mechanical or engineering skill. It was just I am going to. It's the equivalent of I am going to break the door panel to open the door. Or I'm going to rip this thing out and now it works properly again.
Shigaraki, Yugox said Shigaraki equals better Kylo Ren. Honestly, yeah.
Facts.
Absolutely. Shigaraki is actually an incredible character.
110% dude.
Dakota, I think he might be building up to male privilege, but I'm not sure. Because he is focusing, at least right now, and he did in the last video, like the dichotomy of treating male characters with a lot more leeway than female characters, which I'm not going to deny that doesn't happen, but it's usually a case-by-case basis, right? Like, you have to get rid of all the other variables until there is only the sexism left.
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, like, you have to also prove that is the core issue or the core, like, source of the vitriol towards these characters on a large scale. Like, this is why a large portion, or this factors into a lot of people's assessment of these characters. That's the thing, right?
My suggestion
you need to actually prove that.
My suggestion for this scene has always been Poe survives, he's the pilot, and Rey is just the engineer. She knows the ins and outs of things, like she knows where they should be and how they should work. Like, she can do repair stuff. Poe can fly, and Finn's on guns, because that all makes sense and it's all within all of their skill sets that we know of. I feel like there's a lot here they just kind of heaped on Rey unnecessarily. Anyway, can I click
TIE fighters? Further, when Han Solo comes back and they have to fix the Millennium Falcon, all Rey does is remove a compressor. She bypasses it.
Let's go to one of the biggest grievances often referred to by the Star Wars faithful: Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic. But we don't know this for sure, because again, this skill was never hinted at.
Now, this might seem impressive if you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, there's argument to me, because there's a scene before this where both her and where
her and Han
is bitching about someone putting a compressor on, and she starts picking up with the exact same language with him, showing that she does have some technical know-how there. It's established literally, like, I want to say 10 minutes before this moment happens. And on top of it, Han knows this. Han is aware of this problem, and he doesn't just solve it right there and then for some reason. Like, it's not really elaborated upon what's going on there.
I think my analogy of break door to open door is kind of correct, because it's like the person trying to, like, input the code in order to properly disarm it and stuff, and then the idiot comes in who just, like, whacks it and destroys it, and then the door opens and he's like, "See, I fixed it."
I feel like that's a skit in Ed, Edd n Eddy.
I don't think that's wrong necessarly for what happened in that scene.
I would have loved if, like, it was played a little bit more like that, instead of it like, "Oh my god, I'm so smart for doing this." More like I just ripped off the compressor, and it's like, "That worked?" It's like, "Yep." And they just kind of stare at each other nervously for a second, like, "We're not blowing up. I guess it worked." It's like, that would have actually been a lot better if, like, we both know how badly that could have gone, and you just did a really dangerous thing. It's like, I took a risk and it paid off. And it's like, kind of admire the chutzpah.
Dude,
like,
I think...
Yeah, that would have actually been a really good scene.
It would have. Actually, I think that kind of hits the nail on the head with that scene, because I'm not as, uppity about it as, most other people who have issues with Rey's character in the film. In retrospect, anyways, I'm much more anal about the Kylo Ren fight and the Force mind control.
Yeah, I honestly think those are much bigger fish to fry.
Right, but with that being said, I feel like this scene would have gone over a lot better with people if it wasn't framed in such a way that was meant to only highlight Rey's prowess as significantly impressive, I guess. If it was more of like a, sort of somewhat in line with the the idea you guys came up with.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of what was meant to be going on. Like it was supposed to be a scene that endears her to Han so that they would become very close together. And I don't think that that's an inherently bad thing for them to do. I just think that it was very clumsily implemented. I don't fault them for trying to build a relationship between these two characters. It's just they failed to really stick the landing.
If anything, that we wanted more relation between the two before Han fucking dies.
Give me the adoptive father-daughter relationship between them. Give it to me hard.
I remember, like, the best part of the fucking Sith Resurgence was just Han and Finn playing off each other because it actually felt like two characters talking to one another.
The part where Lily actually wrote decent
tension, but we find out earlier in the movie that Rey was there when the compressor was installed.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Uncouple.
Pause.
I thought it was a mistake too. Puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
Yeah, because I just, my way of fixing this, one, you wouldn't make her a pilot. I think that's part of the problem, is I don't think she should have been a pilot, because that just makes no sense for what we know of her. It's given a thrown away line to make her a pilot. And then here, like, the idea here is like, I took a risk. Like, just make that a risk. That was like, I think this will work, but it might not. It might just be horrible for all of us.
Yeah, but like, she was certain that it would work, and that's the thing I have an issue with. It's just framed as her having this much prowess, which is
we already established that.
We've gone through all that, but yeah, like,
don't need to reiterate.
She knows what it does, how it impacts the engine, based purely on understanding how mechanics works. Now, this is demonstrated through dialogue, yes, but the dialogue tells us a lot. So she removes a compressor and she kind of struggles to pilot a big ship. And that's...
No, she does. I mean, initially, yes, but like once she gets the fucking hang of it, she's flying in and out through fucking tight spaces. We're talking tighter than the original trench run. Which, for the record,
also,
Luke was a trained pilot when he was doing that, and that was a... Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I think my pillow fell onto things, and that shifted things. Sorry, it's kind of scared me.
Okay. But I was like freaking, and even then, what was it? I don't think anyone really had an issue with her piloting the Millennium Falcon. Like,
I did. I
sure
know I
her
did.
Just bypass. Okay.
Well, I'm much
sure
more
people
okay with
had
her
an
being a
issue with
mechanic than I am
bypassing it.
her being a pilot. I think scavenging lends itself much more to mechanic work.
Yes,
than it does
you've made that very clear, Raymond.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just immediately like, I don't know why you said that. I'm literally sitting right here.
No, I'm saying I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to say I don't know if most people who had issues with the film mentioned that as an issue.
It may be.
I don't know
maybe.
if that's
I would have to refresh myself. But anyway.
So remarkable. That's something that's unusual that we haven't seen before in Star Wars.
It's not unusual.
That a character living around machines figured out how a machine she had known about for years worked. Is that really so impressive?
Hell. Okay. I work at a machine press my entire life. I'm just gonna go pilot a fucking space shuttle. They are not intrinsically swappable, my dude. I don't. That's not a good equivalence as a very, very weak argument.
You know what? Maybe if there was a scene where she had found this thing in the desert and had been working on it, and then her boss kind of stole it from her, and she's like arguing with it, like, give it back. And
oh my god, that would have actually been a really good like conflict where she was trying to repair this thing in secret, and her boss finds it out, and like, it's like, no, you can't take that. I'm living in there. And he's like, no, you're not. And then you could even like further explain. Yeah, like Han's like, yeah, no, the First Order stole my ship, and they crashed it somewhere. And it's like, oh yeah, no, it crashed on this planet, and I was kind of living in it for a couple of months. And he's like, well, it's mine now. And she's like, no, it's my house. What are you doing?
Yeah.
That would have been great.
Oh my god, that would have built up the relationship even freaking more.
Yeah, like I get the idea of like her living inside of a fucking AT-AT is neat, but like I don't know, give her the Falcon. Like that.
Aiden, I am not going to stop coming up with better ideas.
Yes, no. Yeah. She's very good at that.
Solo isn't even that good at fixing the Falcon. Am I the only one who remembers Empire Strikes Back? How often Han Solo tries to fix the Falcon and just screws it up more? There's like 3 or 4 scenes where he fails to fix the Falcon. She'd probably be better at fixing a machine because she's been around machines. Now,
can you maybe give us an example of those scenes? Because the only one I can remember is when he was after a heavily damaged fight and it was literally spewing fucking fire at him because he was trying to like I don't also fixing a machine is not easy work. It's messy. Have you ever seen, like, my sister used to work in an auto repair shop. A fucking oil pan will drop on you at random, no matter how expert you are. It will happen. You will sometimes get very stubborn machines, and we already know from the original that the fucking Falcon is old and it's a rust bucket. It's like, it's the equivalent of the fucking rust bucket from Ben 10. Like, and you look at it and you're like, man, that's a piece of shit. It's like, yeah, it's like someone trying to use a car from the 50s today, and it's like, I gotta keep this thing fine-tuned. It's like, yeah,
oh, but
it's hard.
Raymond, that you know how to fix a Tesla, so of course you can fix the freaking
yeah, I open it, I'm like, where? Okay, so where's the
Bugatti.
CPU? Your 1950s Ford Mustang, where's the CPU in here? Oh, you don't have one? Okay, well, do you have a hard drive? No. RAM? Like, no. Well, I can't help you. It's like, do you know how to fix mechanics? Well, I know computers. Completely different skill set.
Yeah.
Is this information clearly communicated to the audience? Probably not. It could be done better.
That's the problem. You could have communicated this better. It would still be a problem because that's a really broad skill set for her, but conveying it would have been preferable to not conveying it at all. That's kind of the part, is you don't... a part of a Mary Sue's problem is that a lot of the abilities she has is not supported by realistic standards. And if you give those in the narrative, well, it's better. I mean, they at least give throwaway lines in Batwoman about how every single incarnation of her, Kate or Ryan, can do like 15,000 types of Taekwondo.
Also, I would probably say it's not necessarily that it's realistic, but justified within the narrative. Like we were talking about John Wick earlier and Rambo and all that.
Yeah.
Like doesn't have to be realistic as long as it's justified in the narrative.
Yes.
Right.
Undeniably so. There could be more scenes elaborating on her mechanical know-how, scenes where she identifies mechanical pieces more, or, you know, something. It could be better. But is it bad as it is? I don't necessarily think it is. Her times on JYCT
heavily disagree.
Don't necessarily give us a full picture of her skill set, but it does illustrate that she knows enough to justify her skills in the movie. It's certainly
evidently not
debatable.
It's either debatable or evidently people don't think so. So it's not a good argument, man.
Does not make her a Mary Sue in any case. One of the reasons why the Rey discourse is in particular so strange is that she's honestly less skilled than the majority of characters in Star Wars. She has no formal training, yes, but her main opponent is canonically weaker than prior villains, and also never finished his training.
God. It's not just because I'm sorry, I'm only a fucking blue belt in Taekwondo, not a black belt. I'm sorry, I'm only a level 1 black belt and not like a level 5 black belt. I will still kick your ass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it's like I said before.
Just a random office worker just comes up to a freaking blue belt. I'd say it's roughly equal, you know? I'd say it's roughly balanced.
One day of training is still one more day of training than she has.
God, it's like if I tried to get into a fight with my cousin who is a former not professional, but he used to do kickboxing, and he went to Europe for a tournament. But also he's been in the military. If I just went into a fist fight with him, I'm sorry, I'm not making that out alive.
I was about to say, my brother used to box. Both of my brothers used to box. They haven't boxed in like maybe more than like 5 or 10 years. I'm sorry, my skinny ass ain't beating either of them. Because I only practiced boxing with my brother as a workout routine for like 6 months at most.
Okay, we're almost there.
Palpatine because she turns Palpatine's power against him, something we had already seen done prior villains, and also never finished his training. She only beats Palpatine because she turns Palpatine's power against him, something we had already seen done in previous Star Wars films by Mace Windu.
A Jedi Master, second in command of the fucking
Jedi Master.
Council. He was also the foremost combat-oriented Jedi in the entirety of the Jedi Temple. I'm sorry, Rey,
and
who is mostly self-taught at that point, how does she fucking know to do that? What the fuck? And for the record, it doesn't kill him here. It doesn't kill him here.
Yeah,
Rey isn't that overpowered. She's not overpowered
let
at all.
Kaiser talk.
Oh, sorry.
I was saying that, like, fucking, what are you talking about, dude? Like, are you serious? Like, yes, in terms of, like, I don't know, the scale of the feats up until the last movie, yeah, they're not super impressive. It's not about the feats themselves. It's that little thing that you've been beating us over the head with, Anthony. It's the context. If Rey, as we said before, was a Jedi, like Padawan or Master, or even just a Knight that was trained before the what was it, the Force Awakens, and we see these abilities displayed throughout the movies, that would be perfectly fucking fine. Almost every single thing, at least related to the Force and fighting, that we see her do, instantly justifiable and understandable. No problems whatsoever. No fucking notes. But so, like, what are we even doing here? It's the fact that she is a completely untrained novice who, until
but she's trained
the
in
last
this
movie
point
again,
because she was trained by Leia here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Leia,
she
who was
had
only
very,
partially trained,
very little relative to where we are.
It's like
like a couple days.
Yeah, it's not enough. From what it sounds like, this is a high level Jedi Master trick. So unless if Leia was training her specifically to do this one trick, I call sus.
I just love the idea of Carrie Fisher just being like, "Yes, Rey, now raise your lightsaber." It's like, yes, you have perfectly trained for the specific power.
Or maybe if it was like she just raised her lightsaber instinctively and kind of like flinched away, then realized that the lightsaber was deflecting the power, and then is like, "Oh, I can use this." Maybe that would have been better because
Sith
like,
hate this
she didn't
one
know.
simple trick.
Yeah.
But this also doesn't solve the problem of like, and this is a problem also with the Mace Windu moment, but like, hey, Palpy, just stop shooting the lightning. Just turn off the faucet.
Just stop.
That's all you need to do, and you won't die.
Turns Palpatine's power against him, something we had already seen done in previous Star Wars films by Mace Windu. Rey isn't that overpowered. She's not overpowered at all. She's just a big fish in a shrinking pond.
Don't show the fight where they had to digitally edit
Are
out
we
a
gonna
knife
forget
for
the
her
part
to
where she
not
can-
die. They literally had to remove a knife from one of them to stop her from dying.
Are we gonna forget about the part where she can force heal people and presumably herself?
Yeah, that's also a thing that completely
Like, what the
breaks
fuck?
Anakin's plotline.
I think it's worth pointing out also that the
dude, what
Rey
are
is a
we
Mary
talking
Sue accusations, they started with a tweet by Max Landis. Yeah, that Max.
No,
son of...
no, stop it.
Whoa, okay, you know what?
Whoa, what?
This is a good. This is apparently someone who is being accused of foul play. But we're at 28 minutes, and I feel like that would be a great point to start for a whole long conversation about an accusation started somewhere. And it started from a bad person. Well, yeah, we can talk about bad people being right about things. Anyway, we're really over time. It's really late. People are probably...
this is ridiculous.
Anthony, I don't know how you did it, but you did it again.
Well, we did have a very, very, very long conversation at the very beginning about Mary Sue's and our interpretations. And then we did go off on a long tangent about fanfic Mary Sue's that we adored or hated.
Right. Okay, well, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you had a good time. I guess next week, maybe, I'll talk with Cal, because it's surprise. Twy, can you please stop trying to die on stream?
I'm trying. I don't know what that was.
Okay. Surprise. I'm trying to get guests lined up for episode 7 onward of Arcane, so I just got to make sure they know ahead of time about different schedule changes. So if we want to cover this next week, we'll get our same crew that we had and all that good stuff. Do either of you guys have anything you want to announce?
Quickly.
Go ahead,
I'm definitely going to be doing my Digimon watch together on Friday before Bad Fanfiction Night. So I guess if you want to get in here, then get in here. I gotta get a bot or something to get people in here and give them a specific role. And then I'm also going to be streaming again now that I have no birthdays that will distract me. So Sunday.
Good. People aren't being
Saturday.
born.
Dakota says, Twilight, you're the only snob that I can stand listening to. Keep doing what you're doing because you actually have functioning brain.
What kind of back?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like the most thank compliment I have ever heard. Kaiser, you got anything to announce? Be quick about it, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Jesus. Anyways, lack of good faith. Jesus. Anyway, I don't have any new videos, but I am gonna be streaming this Sunday at 5 p.m. So hopefully I'll be responding to whatever videos y'all requested, and that's about it.
Okay, good. All right. So yeah, my hero script done and recorded. I need to edit that. I've been laying on that because I've been speed running to the end of the volume 7 script, which is in a very rough shape, but it is technically done. A lot of editing ahead of me for that. Stay tuned for updates revolving around sketchy things. Bad Fanfiction Night, 10 p.m. Friday night. Hopefully I won't be sick, so we'll hopefully have it. Join us next week, Wednesday, 6 p.m. here. Join the Patreon. Join the Tundra. You can see us there in the Tundra Discord server where we just all hang out and have a good time. And yeah, I think that's everything. Merch down in the links below. Check out everyone else here. And yeah, that's it. Have a nice night, everyone, and we'll catch you all on the flip side. Kaiser, I don't think you heard.
What?
Did you say goodbye?
I think I cut out.
Yeah.
You're supposed to say goodbye here.
Bye.